That is an abrupt change. Well, wait a minute. I'm not awake enough for this. Wait. Let's pretend that didn't happen and we'll start from the start. You know what I mean? Wait, oh, this is. I should close the door. Good morning. I haven't closed my door. Oh, whatever. I should close it. Oh, but what if... Good morning. My voice is so fried. Why is there two of me? Holy crap. Wait, I'm high. Oh, brother. Nobody saw that. How did that even happen? What the freak? Well. Good morning. Imagine there's two of me. No, really. Good morning. First time in chat. Hi. Welcome. Good morning. Was there two of me? Do you guys need glasses, perhaps? That wasn't me. I didn't do that. Good morning. What day is it there, chat? Good morning. What day is it where I am? Oh, it's Monday. Mondays suck. Oh, man. It's 1 p.m. It's still Sunday. You know what? I'm just gonna close my eyes and pretend it's still Sunday. It's totally still Sunday. Alright. Chat, I keep crossing my legs. I think my knees are shot. I have a pedestal that I can barely reach. It's still Sunday. I should move to the US. Thoughts. I should just move, chat. I should just move. Meow, 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 meow. I'm in love. Did I say good morning? To pretend it's still Sunday, I'm gonna say good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Let me live in the denial that 15 stream streak? Azura! Wait, I streamed like 15 times already? I say already like that's a lot, but you know what? That's a lot. Did I stream 50 times actually? Holy crap! I've stayed alive more than 15 times-ish. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Man. When you're streaming only a couple times a week, 15 ain't that. True. Oh, imagine seeing me every day, Dark. If I stream every day, you'll end your day with my wisdom. Doesn't that sound lovely? Let me put that in my notes. One day I should stream and give more wisdom on the daily. Wait, where's my pen? Where? I like it, head pets. Yeah, imagine starting every day with, did you know? You know? Well, I'm starting my day and you're ending your day. It's gonna be wonderful. Wonderful. The last thing you hear before you close your eyes and sleep is, did you know? And then it echoes through your mind as you try and rest and have wonderful dreams. Starting with Kanna, ending with me. Oh my god, yeah. Brain rot. No, is that actually brain rot? Order food. I don't know where my phone is. That's so smart. If I order food now, I won't eat late. That's so smart. Now, where's my phone? I'm really channeling the it's evening right now and I'm yawning. It is big brain, you understand me. Oh, chat. Today we're just gonna chill, chat. Okay? No chaos. No, I swear. Genuinely, no chaos. Just calm. Sunday evening stream, chat. But I wanna fuck shit. Rin? Maybe I'm not the problem. Chat, maybe you're all the problem. What, am I like 13 minutes into this stream and I'm blaming other people? Yes. Who the heck is using the command this early in the stream? This is slander. What do you mean chat reflects the streamer? Oh wait, let me think about that for like a second. I have thoughts. Does that mean if I'm dumb, you're also dumb because you are a reflection of me? She does. What do you mean? Who does that reflect more poorly on? Honestly, you. Because, like, honestly, people don't have expectations of me. You know what I mean? Say thank you for the gifted sub. I swear, every time I read Texta's username, I just read Thai Enjoyer. That's all I read. I swear. Is that how my brain works? Maybe because it's like longer. You know what I mean? Because like the text is longer and my eye is like drawn to it. Based. He is a Thai enjoyer. It is a very... Which part? Thighs or enjoying thighs? Which one is the important character trait? I swear. Wait, I should make an oath. I'll make an oath. Wait. Kanna will not cause... I don't cause trouble though, so that's not it. No chaos today. I solemnly swear. That's the thing, right? I swear. Wait, the text went away. Does that still count? If you can only see half? Thoughts? Oh, wait, here. Here? There. I'm a genius. Yeah, sure. That's so bootleg. But this is a very simple... Well, because what if I do that? No, I don't do that. No, I swear. I solemnly swear. You're... Kanna, the author brick, and no, I swear. I'm a genie in a bottle. That's a song, right? Why are you smiling? You trust me, right, chat? You trust me for alignment. We should let Pharaoh sleep tonight, you know, chat. I should reply to Pharaoh. Good morning, Pharaoh. May you have restful sleep tonight. Chat, can I? Pharaoh's not here, right? Pharaoh texted me yesterday. Do you know what he said? He said, "Good morning," and then don't go back to bed. And then a few hours later, Pharaoh's like, "I can't believe you actually went back to sleep." I swear. That summarizes. That's my entire conversation. And by conversation, I think it's just Pharaoh talking to himself. Do you think he hates me? No la. I listened to it. I just listened a little bit late. You know what I mean? If he hated you, he wouldn't be talking to you. Dark. Is that true? Deep down, you think he cares about me? or cares for his own sanity? Aw, man. Good morning, chat. Very deep down. It's okay. We don't need to measure the depth of the ocean. You know what I mean? How was your weekend, chat? It's to lower your guard. It's gonna get you double. Again, imagine if there's two of me. Imagine there's two of me. Wow. The world would be so peaceful. I don't want to. One of these days, I would be like, guys, did you know I have an evil twin? Implying I'm the good one. Right? Like, think about it. What if I'm the good twin? I should find someone to be my evil twin. Why would anyone want to do that? What do you mean? I went to my first con. You went to a con? Is it Tokyo Alley? Or what's it called? Blip 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 blip. Pretty good. Went to a cool cafe with friends and just do. You have friends? Can you teach me how to make more friends? My friends are all busy people, chat. They're all so busy. Ay. Try new nachos. I want nachos. But you're already evil. Birthday. It was your birthday on Saturday. Happy belated birthday! I'm wishing you all the best, all the joy, all the laughter, everything good. For yet another year. Happy birthday! The evil twin goes, I didn't know. Oh no, that would be so awesome. Cause like I would be, did you know? And then like, oh my god, I didn't know that, you know. That would be perfect. Oh my god, two of me. Can you imagine? Wow, and I'm the good one. Start by going outside. Oh, this is why I have vitamin D deficiency, isn't it? Isn't it? Chat, did you see the trending topic on Twitter where someone was like, I don't know why I'm so like fatigued all the time. And then they're like, I have vitamin D deficiency. I'm like, oh my god. What if that's my issue? But I've been taking my vitamins. Is vitamin like a medicine where it just works immediately? Or is it like a gradual thing? Like if I take it regularly for a few days, shouldn't I be like immediately better? You know what I mean? It's gradual. Like how gradual? A lack of vitamin D does make you more likely to feel lethargic. My tongue is doing backflips today. Have you had breakfast yet? I ate 2 eggs. My staple breakfast is 2 eggs, chat. 2 eggs. The tiniest bit of salt, pepper, and a dream. It's my breakfast. You feel it gradually? Vitamins. Is it vitamin or vitamin? What's the difference? Are they both English? Huh. Exhausted. A few weeks until you start noticing. That's a lot of dedication. Haven't I been taking vitamin D for like a while now, chat? Paper? Pepper? Did I say paper? Or did I say pepper? I have amnesia. Pepper. Pepper? Paper? Pa. 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 Pepper? I had white pepper, I think. 2 eggs, no bread. Today I had a piece of butter roll. Is that what it's called? Ah, man. Sunday evenings make you sleepy. No hot sauce. No hot sauce. Start the morning being kind to your tummy. Is it wise to eat spicy things in the morning? Huh. English, what? English American versus English British. Which one is British? Which one is American? Vitamin. Vitamin? Vitamin. Vitamin? I don't know which is which, actually. Thoughts? Spicy things right when you wake up can cause stomach issues, but that's about it. So stomach issues are tolerable? Question mark? You're the British one. Vitamin is the British one? Vitamin is American. Vitamin is British. Oh, my brain is gonna hurt. Vitamin. Vitamin? Wow, NFS. English one is beep and American one is beep. Thank you. That explained it all. Thank you. No, I get it. I got you. You're welcome. Hope that helps. Is it like that thing with like tomato and tomato? Is it like actually, like, do people actually say tomato? Tomato. Tomato? Tomato? Tomato, tomato. And then potato. Is that a thing? They do? Which one is which? Tomato. Tomato. Aw, man. That was way too much work for my brain. Oh, that song. Tomato. Tomato. Potato. Is there potato in that song? Let's call the whole thing off or something. That's a cute song. It's so cute. What is it called again? What's the title of the song, chat? I could Google it, but right now you're it. You are the guidance for my brain. That's not a good sign, is it? That's the title. The title is Let's Call the Whole Thing Off, really? Is it actually? It is? It was in the thing? Wow. How was I to know, chat? Let's find it, huh? Let's call the whole thing off. Oh. Oh. What's the difference between this and this? I don't know. Play next. I'm so smart. Stopping by to say hi. Must sleep early. Chat behave. Oh my God, Pharaoh! Look at the top right corner of my screen. Look, it's so that you can sleep peacefully tonight. I solemnly swear no chaos today. Right? Chat as don't point out. I'm not lying. I'm pointing out my. I'm pointing out my truthing. I'm pointing out my truthing. I've never lied. That's a lie, but that shows you how honest I am. You know what I mean? No, I swear. I've decided that today I will show a different side to myself. The calm side, you know? The side of peacefulness. Yes. That's the opposite of chaos, right? Peace. The left side, yes. Just look at this side. Yeah. Makasih ya, Beb. Ordered food yet? Not yet, Bender. Thank you for the cheer. I don't know where my phone is. The calm side should be a calm. What do you mean? This is my calm voice. What are you implying? This is the calmest voice that has ever existed in humanity. I don't know where my phone is. But if I go outside, Miu will find me and then I'll be kidnapped and then I can't stream anymore. I've barricaded my door now. Miu has also learned to jump on the sofa. I'm fucked. But if I go outside, she'll find me. Is your door fixed? No. I'm afraid to close my door because what if I get locked inside? You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to grab a nap before... I've never done anything where you have to get up from sleep. Probably. Alright, chat. Come on, chat. We need to calm Pharaoh down so that Pharaoh can sleep peacefully at a reasonable hour. See, exactly, Dark. Pharaoh will get some sleep. I'll be fine. What could possibly happen? No, I swear. I solemnly swear. Where's my most solemn voice? I solemnly swear. No chaos today. Yes. Exactly. See, I tell you. No, if I talk like this the whole stream, wouldn't you be freaked out? Thoughts? You forgot last stream where you got locked in your streamer room. I'm still here. The door handle is still off. Thoughts? The way you are. What the heck is Murphy's Law? Every stream I have to learn something new, chat. Every single stream. I'm just such a diligent person, you know? Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go... Hey! I don't know where... That depends. First of all, surely it's Murphy's Law is often used as a maxim. What the heck is a maxim? To encourage rigorous safety preparation, contingency planning, and managing expectations in engineering and daily life. Well, is it good that I'm technically somewhat of a certain type of engineer and I have daily life? Core meaning of Murphy's Law. Highlighting that when a system or process, is it process or process? Oh, my brain. Allows for error, that error is likely to occur. Maxim is a general... Oh, it's a general truth. If you treat it as truth, you can avoid the worst. And you look in the Webster dictionary, Kanna is used as an example. I don't know what you're talking about. Good night, Pharaoh. Have a wonderful dreamless sleep. Process is the noun. Process is the verb. What? What does that even mean? Pro. Which one is which? How do you read AW again? Pro? That doesn't sound right. It makes me think of prawn. Prawness? What the? There's a... Now I'm doubting myself how to read that sentence. And I accidentally read it as thighs. There's a process to processing thighs. That's what I read. Oh, where's my to-do list? Really, like, get that freaking eye appointment, for God's sake. Okay. I've lost the will to write it down, chat. In the span of half a second, I've lost the will. I need something to make my notes less of a to-do list, but more of like stickers and fun and whimsy. You know what I mean? Fix door, get eye appointment. Have you even went to IKEA? I went to IKEA in my mind. Does that count? Go look up whimsy planner. Is that even a thing? Is that an actual thing? Makasih, babe. I got sprayed, didn't I? She saw us order lunch / dinner. Money saved, exactly. Okay. I have to be honest. I planned for the weekend. Like, I plan to do things in the weekend. You know what I mean? But, you know, do you know what I spent my weekend doing? Just waiting for my puppy to poop, chat. I'm like, please poop. Please, I'm begging you, poop right there in that exact spot, you know? Like, right there, Mew. Can you poop, like, right there? That's what I've been doing. I've lost track of what I did. The poop is the only thing in the forefront in my mind. I don't remember. I finally got Mew a collar. And now she just keeps trying to scratch it off. I love that little monster, I swear. She learned to jump on my couch, chat. When I sleep there, I wake up and she's on my face. Oh. Kanna is quickly learning that dog ownership is a lot more involved than just cuddles and cuteness. Now, the problem is, right, the reason I'm so paranoid is because, like, Mew had, like, a couple of times where she was eating her poop. So if she eats her poop and then when I sleep on the couch and she licks my face, does that mean, ergo, poop is on my face? You know what I mean? Like, I live in constant fear. I genuinely, I can't even rest in peace because I'm like, what if I wake up and poop is on my face, chat? She's so lucky. I love her so much, I swear. That little pupper seems likely. I mean, I knew it was gonna be a lot of work. Having a puppy. It's one of those things you don't. Yeah, and no, genuine question. I don't know how many of you own like dogs and puppies. Do they drink a lot? Because I feel like Miu drinks so much. Like I like, is that okay, or is it like a sign of something that I should be concerned about? They tend to? Okay. Especially in a hot place. Ah, okay. Cause like I bought like a water fountain thing for her, right? And like that thing is supposed to be like, the reservoir is like a lot. But like it goes like whoop. She finishes the whole thing in like a day and a half. Like a lot, you know? Oh, my notification is broken. Hi, good morning. Fix your broken notification. Scolded badly. How could you fail at this important moment? That's what you should say. My puppy drank oceans. Ah, okay. That's good. And also another question, chat. Another question. Like under her belly, there's a part of her belly that doesn't have fur, right? You know what I mean? Like the part like near her butt, almost like her lower belly, right? And like there's no fur there, but like it's kind of pinkish. You know what I mean? And like I heard someone tell me that if the skin is like pink or reddish, it's like an allergy thing. Is it supposed to be pinkish, or is it an allergy thing? Because I feel like sometimes I do watch her, like she scratches sometimes, and like her fur is everywhere. So I don't know if it's like she's allergic to. Because like I heard Shibas. Wow, I can hear my sentences are all jumbled. Because I hear Shibas have like sensitive tummies and skin or something. You know what I mean? It could be either. Should I just check? I've never gotten a checkup, but I'm literally worrying about this puppy with my life, and I'm like, she needs to go to a doctor. Pink can be normal. Okay. And like some form of scratching is still normal. Because I feel like her fur is literally dominating my air and my lungs. You know what I mean? Like, is it normal for them to shed that much? Like me trying to figure out how this little creature works. See if it spreads or it feels warmer than the parts. Ah, okay. It's not like one specific part. It's like a hue thing. You know what I mean? Like it's not like a pink spot. It's just like pinkish. You know? You know. But I'll definitely keep in mind. Man, I'm worrying about this puppy with my life. Is this what it feels like, chat? Did I technically just... I have a child now that I swear, I'm caring for this little creature who like is a danger to herself, honestly. I'm like, stop chewing on cables. You're gonna get electrocuted and you're gonna pass away, little thing. Every damn time. Ugh. Please, that's electricity. And you know what's fun? Now, she figured out that electrical sockets fit her nose just right, chat. So she's like booping the electrical outlet. I'm like, child. They're like, boop. I'm like, not there. That's you're gonna die. Oh, brother. Maybe Mew is the evil Kanna. No, I swear, she's like me but dumber, and isn't that worse? Ugh. Wait, oh no, I forgot how to scroll. I only had hypoallergenic dogs, so I don't know anything about shedding. Yeah, she got her vaccines, I think. Like, she completed her vaccines already. Might need to get... Yeah, I really need to get the challenge notes. Like, you know how slow it is for me to buy things for myself, chat? Like, last Saturday, I remember I got her a balm for, like, her nose and her paws. I got her more toys. I got her a dental cleaner. I got her a toothbrush. I got her. What else? I bought so many things for her. I swear, I don't even shop for myself. Wait, what was it? Outlet cover. God dang. To do. Outlet cover. There. I also accidentally bought a leash that has a seatbelt on it. So she can technically go in a car and, well, hopefully be safe, question mark. You need to child-proof your place. Exactly, I've been cleaning things off the floor, which is a problem because I don't have a shelf. Do you know how hard it is to like put things on a surface when I don't even have a surface to put it on, chat? Oh, brother. IKEA has outlet covers? If your cabinets are easy to open, get some child-proof locks. Don't lock yourself. You have such little trust in me, chat. Get some. I've taken to stacking things really high. It's basically like building. You know that game where you kind of drop things and they stack into a tower. That's the stuff in my apartment right now because I don't have a shelf, but they can't be on the floor because she will definitely bite it. I target streak of 185 to go. Wow, if I stream every day, how long will it take for me to get to 100 streams, chat? Exactly, I'm Tetrising. How did your stack schedule? I wasn't feeling well that day, so Ray took mercy on me and we had lunch and went to the glasses store. But I couldn't find one that I liked. So Ray just told me, just get a counterfeit one, Kanna. Find elsewhere. And I'm like, oh, sure. That sounds like a great idea. And she's like, nobody's gonna know. It's your glasses. I'm like, okay, sure. Time to add a shelf to throw. You know what it is? Sometimes I feel like my brain thinks of mundane things as things that are that I end up overthinking about. You know what I mean? Like, for example, think about it for like a second. Like, for example, I'll get a shelf, right? In theory, you should just go there, pick a shelf, buy it, go home, build it, right? But then my brain goes like, oh, if I'm gonna buy a shelf, to make sure that everything will go fine, I should measure. I should measure what size shelf I need and think of like the longevity, as in like if I buy a small one that is only gonna like fit a few things, if I buy a really big one, it's gonna fit a lot more things, but then will it fit in my place? You know? And then I get stuck in this limbo of indecision. You know what I mean? I do, I overthink. Especially when it comes to buying things, I think. I overthink a lot of things, but I think especially if it's like related to purchasing things, because I'm afraid of purchasing. And hey, this is a valid concern. Thinking about my purchases, like I'm scared of buying the wrong thing, because then I'll have to spend more to buy the right thing. You know what I mean? Because look at the wrench. Look at the wrench, and I measured and I still got it wrong. Oh man. It's a genuine concern. Because like if I buy the wrong thing, then I don't know what to do with the wrong thing. You know what I mean? And then they'll just rot there with me forever. I'm gonna be buried. Like I swear, one day I'm gonna be buried with that freaking wrench. Like, here lies Kanna and her wrench. Like when people come for my funeral, it's just me laying there and my wrench is right next to me. Oh brother. Oh man. I avoid having more stuff, so I struggle purchasing. Right, and like, I feel like my grandparents are like old hoarders, is what they're called. They have so many things that they can't bear to part ways with. So like, I'm also low-key afraid that, you know, it's like I'm used to having that, like seeing that during my childhood. I'm afraid I'm gonna be a hoarder, chat. The ancestral wrench passed down through the ages. Exactly. Low-key, I'm already a hoarder. Aren't I already a hoarder? But like, I try not to hoard? Question mark. Like with clothes, I'm not planning on hoarding them. I'm just using them to the point of unusability. You know what I mean? It's a phase everyone goes through. Oh man. Met plenty of those in my life. Hoarders are more common than I think they are, huh? I mean, like, I heard that thing where like some people place emotional attachment into the items, hence they cannot part with it easily. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm not like reality TV show level hoarder, chat. You don't have enough clothes or lights or storage furniture. But like, to be fair, like for example, the lights, right? I tried buying the square light, but I bought the wrong one. Well, the store didn't have any that that fits it. So now I have this square light that I can't do anything with, but it's like perfectly fine. But I can't return or exchange it, right? But so then I don't want to throw it away because it's technically brand new. But I don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? So I feel like I have this hesitancy, not because I don't want to buy it. I'm afraid of getting the wrong thing and then I don't know what to do with it. One day in the future, I can imagine someone selling girly pops, including Kanna fan merch, and they'll decorate their side with a massive wrench. I swear to God. I'm gonna re-debut as like an industrial... What do people do? Industrial pipe master. Is that a thing? Can you sell secondhand? We have like... There is like a platform where you can sell secondhand stuff. But, well, I can try putting it up there. It might take years for it to get sold though. Or is that like I just need to be patient? Question mark? Give it to a neighbor. Like, you mean the wrench? I just knock on their door and be like, hi, do you need an industrial life-size wrench? Mayhaps. Kanna, the construction VTuber. Exactly. I've always needed a lore. You guys want her to talk to people? Yeah, and if I talk to people, I have to pretend to be normal. And I have to be like, hi, how would you even go about trying to give that wrench? Think about it. Like, put up signs along the street, massive wrench for sale. I don't think that works. Does that work? Should I just go to construction sites and like offer them, hi, do you want a wrench? Do you want a wrench? Oh, what if they think I'm from a cult? Maybe I should just hang the wrench on my living. See, like, I swear. I do need a shelf. I just can't make up my mind. Like, for example, chat, think about it. Wait. I swear, I have so much more sniffles because of the fur in the air. Meh. I swear I have air purifiers. Unless I put my face right there, it's not working. Okay. Is there a history of French culture? You never know. Honestly, you never know. Okay. Well, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, brother. Is that our fan name now? Cultists. Hey, do I seem like a cult leader, chat? I mean, look into my eyes. Do I really seem like a cult leader? Be honest. Oh, I totally forgot. Okay. Let me try to remember what I was gonna say. I'm getting there. Ah, I remember. I remember. Okay. So like, for example, if I want to buy a shelf, right? There are like Kallax, and then there's like bookshelves that you can close, and then, but what if I need like deeper storage? Cause like bookshelves aren't that like deep. You know what I mean? Right? Cause what if I need like a deeper shelf to 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 put in deeper things with depth, you know? Because then it wouldn't fit in there. And then I'll be like, I bought the wrong size because I need one that will fit these thingamabiggies, you know, these deep things. And it doesn't fit in there because it's a bookshelf. And like a Kallax is low key thicker than a bookshelf. But like you need several modules of it. And it's also square, because what if I need to store a wide thing? Are the separators, you know the thing that makes it square? Isn't it like a square frame with a plus sign in the middle? What if you can't take out the plus in the middle, the shelf, the thingamaboo, and then I can't store wide things? What is this deeper thing you have? I don't know, like future proof. You know what I mean? It's like what if the boxes are deeper than 30 centimeters? What I do then? No, I swear. Okay, wait. Let me pull up a picture of Kallax. See it in your mind's eye. In your mind's eye. Do you think I'm insane? Actually, what if I'm just insane, chat? Oh no. What if I'm nuts? Then what? Oh, brother. Are you an image? Can I save you? Yes. Yes, I can. Just store them to the side. Shells are fun. Okay, like this. Like, for example, this is you trying to reassure my silly thoughts, and I appreciate that. Why is it like that? Am I dumb? Wait. Huh? Oh, I locked it. Why is it flat? I'm so confused. What the hell? Why is it flat, chat? What the heck? Why is it just a line? Oh, man. Okay, now it's huge as heck. Bear with me. And that's what it is, chat. You know what I mean? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You know how hard it is to be a streamer? Subs. Okay. Now, like, you see the individual cells. Oh. Makasih, babe. What do you mean, yap more? Am I not yapping enough? Alright, because I'm calm and quiet. I get you, Sen. You see, Sen understands me. Sen knows. If you're stacking things, you probably have enough things to fill a small shelf. You can place things on top. Bold of you to so she can reach the top. That's also true. Do I need to buy a ladder? Okay, chat. This shelf is not that tall. I can reach it. Hey, this thing is shorter than me. How could you? It's 147 centimeters. I'm still taller slightly than this shelf. You know, if you stack things high enough, they do end up taller than me. So, like, you know, that's also valid. Did you get that? Okay, no, wait, I'll do it. I'll show you life size. Okay, like probably, no, wait. Okay, if it's like here, I'll even like How do I crop things again? Okay. We're getting somewhere, chat. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so if it's like here, and I would be. Where's my damn socks? That's yeah, okay, you know what? That works too. I'll cover up today. I'll cover up today, chat. Because I'm the mirror and all that crap, you know. Where is it? I swear. Do you know how difficult it is, chat? You don't understand how difficult it is. How do I get this to scale? It looks there. Okay. This is gonna look dumb. But like approximately, this is like it, chat. This is. But I can reach the top. Not the thighs. Text that. Okay, like approximately, okay? Approximately, like, I'm still taller. I'm still taller than the shelf. Wait, let me like make the shelf. Like it's here. Is this the ground? Like, see, it's not that bad. Right? I can reach the top. Ta-da! It's not an inch. That's more than an inch. No, I swear. It's like here or something. No. And it's the white background that makes you think. Look, it has white background. That's why you think it's like taller than it is, you know? It's like here. Probably. Isn't that shelf? No. I don't know the size in feet. But like... but like you get what I mean, chat. What if I make myself tall? Okay, let's make it more realistic, right? It would be like here, probably. You know? You know what I mean? You know? You know? It's 147 centimeters. Oh, I need it in feet, don't I? Why must you operate in these ways? In feet. It's 4.8 feet. Foot? Foot? Is it feet or foot? It's 4.8 FT. It's 4.8 FT. I don't English hard. What the hell? No. Wait, it's not even 4.8. You read it as 4 FT and 8 inch. Why? Why? Why would you read it that way? Why do you have two different measurements in one sentence? Okay, no, it's just cause I'm tiny in your screen, right? If it were life size, you would not think it's that small. Like, here. Wait, no, I swear, here. Like in real life, I'm like, you know, I would be here and it's not that bad. It's genuinely not that bad, chat. There. It's like there. Buddy, yeah. Freedom units. Okay. So like thoughts. It is indeed low-key. It's slightly shorter than me, but like, you know what I mean. Okay, so like, you see the square holes, chat. You see the square holes, right? What if I need something that's like 2 squares wide, but there's the divider that makes it square and I can't put it in there? You know what I mean? What if that happens in the future? You can take out the thing? Isn't it like required to be a square? Won't it collapse without the thing? I don't know if you can move the divider or not. I don't have this thing yet. You know what I mean? I don't have it. It's removable? It's not gonna like collapse. What if it dies on me? then you shouldn't put something that wide. But what if I have a lot of wide things? Question mark? That sounds like a future kind of problem. Right now, you need storage for non-theoretical things you already... But does that mean I should go and like measure my items one by one and like note down how many I need that are like wide versus not wide? You know what I mean? See, this is how I overthink, and then I end up never buying anything because I'm confused. You know what I mean? Aw. Do you think I overthink, chat? Do you think I overthink? Do you think I overcomplicate things? But I am worried. What if I get the shelf and then it doesn't fit? Ah. Yes. Just measure your largest item to put in the shelf. Oh, and then also like layout. Question mark? Because like I need a shelf to put here in my PC room. Because I have like leftover like merch and things. You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean? I have like posters. I have like posters and postcards and photo cards, blah blah blah, from like past events. And I don't know what to do with them, honestly. I genuinely don't know what to do with them. They're just dying there. I need to store. I should note down whose merch. My merch. I have posters and my postcards and my photo cards, chat. Have you ever seen them? No, you haven't. Probably. Maybe some people have seen them. They're pretty old. They're like ancient archive. Wait, do you have I have A3 posters. I have a lot of stuff, chat. I don't go to events much, that's why. I only went once, I think. I went to one event once. Is the size of your trash can. There are different type of Cadillac shelves if you need to fit into a room. Oh yeah, okay. Can I like pick your brain, chat? Did the breeze block and wooden plank aesthetic come around again yet? What's a breeze block? Okay, so like originally I wanted to do like cooking streams from inside my PC room, right? So I was like, I also wasn't sure where to put, because like I would need a table to do the cooking on, to put the stove, because the last time I put the stove on the table above my PC and then Ray had a heart attack because like the table was bent. Yeah, I know. You understand. Okay, because like once I did like a stream from my kitchen, but the signal was so bad. So like I'm genuinely trying to think about like what to do, because like, I did a stream once from the kitchen and the signal was bad because the camera was over Wi-Fi, right? Like for okay, like kitchen over there, PC over here in a different corner. And then like it was like I don't have a Wi-Fi camera. It's like it was a webcam thing that you stream over Wi-Fi. You know? Oh brother. Okay, like let me like the kitchen is very far from the PC. Like very, like quite far. And then okay, so like okay, no, I swear, this is me. I'm not complaining. I'm genuinely confused. Because I heard like some other people who actually do it more regularly, they just have another PC like in the kitchen, right? So what I did before was I had my PC on, and then what did I do? I used wireless microphone attached to me. And then because I don't have a monitor and I can't see chat, so I opened my phone to look at chat, but also I need to monitor OBS. So I think I was screen mirroring or something. I forgot. I had to set up like a remote triggers on my phone to do it wirelessly, where I can trigger like scenes and things. Bro, I swear to God, I swear. I had a laptop, but like my streaming stuff was on my PC. So it was more connected to the PC, and I forgot what I was using the laptop for. Like, I swear to God, I know I overcomplicated it, but you know, anyway, at the end of the day, the camera was just my phone. I think I usually stream it to my PC and it's fine, but it's so unstable. You know what I mean? I swear, I said all these words, and you're like, Kanna, yo, I swear I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what I'm talking about either. Yeah, because I had two phones to do two different angles for the cooking. I had like one shot and then a close-up shot, and like, I swear to God, it was on my side. It was fine-ish, but like it didn't really get streamed through. You know what I mean? Like when I changed scenes and I changed angles, like because the connection was so bad, it didn't get streamed properly. So even if you watch the archive, like it's not there. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why the next one I just did it in my PC room, but the stove was just above my PC because my PC was on the floor, and then Ray walked in and she had a heart attack. I swear. It was like complex and shit, right? And I'm like, maybe I'm just overcomplicating things. If I just take one stove, one electric stove. It was kind of concerning because like I had like a table. Wait, I'll even tell you. It was a desk that was like, wait, IDR to USD. The table I was using above my PC was $17. Okay, and it was a very thin 1 centimeter thick desk. And it was bending from the weight of the stove. So it was like concaving above the PC. And there was fire on it. Yeah, it's like a folding table-ish. Ray walked in and she's like, why are you cooking there above your PC with the concave table? I'm like, I have no other table, Ray. Anyway, segueing. So my other thought now, like, hey, I tried my best with what I have, okay, chat? Like, I swear to God. And like, genuinely, I thought like, okay, if it's like setup wise, easier to just stream near my PC. If I just cook in here, it'll be easier, but I'm gonna need a table. And then I'm like, but what if the shelf is too big and then I can't fit in the table? That's also been on my mind. I wish I could just stream from the kitchen, honestly. But like connection. Am I dumb? You have to make concessions with your current situation. Get a decent streaming laptop and move stream some onto it. What if, yeah, because like, the ventilation in the PC room is not that good, especially since it's been soundproofed. Like the air doesn't flow. But like I got an exhaust fan, the portable one. You know, from Throne. Oh, and like that works. I figured at least I won't die from fumes, question mark. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Please say you understand me, Zubs. Was it NN got me the mini range hood thing. And it works. I swear it works. What are you dying from? I'm not dying. It's easier but more dangerous. When you cook, there are smoking and fire hazard. It's more safe to buy a longer wire so you can stream at the kitchen. Okay. You're talking about the wire for the camera, right? But I would... Or are you... Because like I don't have a monitor. You know what I mean? Like wouldn't it be difficult? Like I can't see OBS. And I think I would have a heart attack if I can't see chat. You know what I mean? Don't test the link. Ah, me. Yeah, brother. Uh, I feel like cooking stream gets further and further away from me. Cause you know what? This is not a good comparison, but I saw other people just cooking on their desk, or was it not? Muna tells me to just do it from my kitchen, though. To be fair, Muna's like, "Yeah, why don't you just do it in your?" But I cooked with Muna in her room, and that's fine. Ish, she has a window, but I also have a window. See, if I just use like a portable stove, is it because of gas? Would it be safer with like an electric stove? Is that what they're called? I forgot to order food. I should get my phone. I have a table and no carpet. It should be okay with a single burner thing. If you had an electric one, it'd be a lot safer for your room. No, I swear. I'm no chaos today. This is a genuine question. But yeah, chat. Maybe I'm just stuck. Ashik! Makasih ya, Beb. What did I do now? Go get the phone. I'm worried for her safety. Are you guys concerned? I'll get my phone. Give me like 1 second. If your room is stuffy, gas is worth. It's more like, every day when I open the PC room, the air feels stale. Like it hasn't moved and it hasn't changed. You get what I mean? Like you go in and you're like, this is dead air. That's what it feels like, I'm standing up because I have to get my phone. And like and like what I do is just like before I stream, I just turn on a fan and like try to blow the air out. The stale air out. That's what I've been doing. Meep moop. Okay. I'm gonna get my phone. Carbon monoxide poisoning could be a concern. Not moving air. Yeah, there's like this smell of like dead room. I'm gonna get my phone. I don't even know where it is though. How do I get something where I don't know its location, chat? Electric cells usually put a lot of power. Could be dangerous. Oh, that's also true. Oh, you're right. I should do it from the kitchen. I mean, I need to get a laptop that can stream. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna get my phone. I finally found it. It was under my pillow. Gosh dang. I'm back. I found my phone. It was under my pillow. Ozzy! How are you? Oh my god, look, it's Ozzy! Me. Ah. Ozzy, do you still stream a lot? Do you want me to shout? Can we shout out Ozzy just because? Ozzy, how are you? Me. I'm good, don't ask that. Oopsies. I remember how to do it. Wait. Do I need an ad in the chat? I don't know how to do this. Did that work? Oh my god, I'm so smart. Anyway. Okay. Were you discussing my thing? If she has an iPad, she could use her iPad to display chat. What happened back then was I was using my phone as the webcam because I don't have a camera. You know what I mean? Because I don't have a camera. So what I was using to shoot the food as a webcam was my phone. So the iPad was being used as a face tracker. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hence, that's why. And also, I don't know why, my phone has been kind of funny when used for tracking lately. Okay, I will focus and purchase food. Oh, I miss cooking, chat. I cooked last night. Or was that lunch? I cooked lunch. I haven't cooked in a while, so it made me really happy. Should get a proper camera for IRL stream, right? When I did my last cooking stream, I borrowed my dad's camera because he wasn't using it. But I had to return it because he needed to use it. Okay, let's see. It's Sunday evening and I'm sleepy. Haha. Or I'm hungry. I always get sleepy when I'm hungry. Mountains of food. I cooked. Your cooking tips are amazing. I don't tweet that much of my cooking, do I? I made tteokbokki. Well, I made rapoki, so it had ramyeon in it. It's very easy to make. Chat, you know what tteokbokki is? First of all, it's fun to say. Here I am getting distracted, but I swear, it's for a good cause. The cause is showing food that I didn't take a picture of, but I'm gonna nick one off Google. That looks similar. Like this, wait. Something like this, maybe. Save image. I need to find one that has things in it other than the tteokbokki, you know? Other than the tok is what it's called. Things that are the color red, that has a red sauce, always looks so yummy, chat. This one. This is a picture from Google. This is not my... Look, it's so cropped. Now I have to uncrop it. I'm so lazy. There. It looks something like that. Double carbs. Yeah. Just don't look. The calories don't matter if you're happy. Ew. Yeah, I made tteokbokki. So I basically took fish cakes, right? And then some garlic, and I sauteed them. I put some beef in, right? They're not usually in there, I think, but I needed protein. And then I think the seasoning was easy. It was like anchovy sauce. And then you need gochujang. And then you need like I added like fish stock, the instant one, like a dashi powder. Yeah, that's what they're called. And then I added the sweet syrup, like oligosaccharide. And then 2 types of like gochugaru, like chili powder, Korean chili powder, the fine one and the coarse one. I think it's pretty easy to make, chat. And then you just simmer them. You need at least 5 minutes for the tteokbokki to like become chewy. And then at the end, you add the ramyun. I'm getting hungry. I should order food. Gochugaru. Yeah, gochugaru. The Korean chili powder thing. There's 2 kinds. The fine one and then the coarse one. You like sweet? For tteokbokki, I think it's usually sweet. Don't forget to add kimchi. My kimchi is pretty like... What is it called? Aged? So it's pretty sour. So it added like a nice zing. It's very nice. Very nice. So these aren't like pasta. It does look like... What is it called? Penne? But it's like rice cakes. So they're chewy, kind of like mochi. My grandma is calling me. She misses me, I swear. Let me text her. Ngayong gabi siya, Oma. I need to stop talking when I text. What if I dox myself? Thoughts? Shut up, Kanna. My grandma's trying to plan lunch. Don't try to eat me. I swear, NFS. I'm supposed to order food, right? You can mute temporarily. You're so smart. I just have this habit of like... And it goes both ways. Sometimes I say something and I type it down. You know what I mean? Like I would be in a Discord call, for example. And then what I say, I type down. And it goes the other way too. So when I'm typing, I also read it out loud. There must be something going on in my brain, chat. Something is in there, I swear. Eat NFS. What if I search NFS? I wonder what appears in Uber Eats. Not Uber Eats, but you know what I mean. Oh, Snack FS. That's what appears. Or there could be nothing in your head. Oh, that's true. So then whatever comes in goes out. Whatever goes out comes in. People have told me I'm smart before. And I can live with that. Need for seafood. Ooh. You know what? I'm literally just gonna go. Recommended. Click. Right? And today I'm gonna scroll without looking and pick one. Okay, I got Hainanese rice. I'll just order that. Wow, see. Decisions are best made when you don't think. At least no Atlas is in her head. Now his current state of being is in question, but hey. You're smart, not survival smart, but like book smart. You know, as humans, we must all have our limitations. Hi, Kanna, hi. trying to remember if I finished all the tteokbokki or not. I probably stored them away, didn't I? I cook too much. It's hard gauging to cook for a single person. That's why I always eat leftovers to Ray. I used to when I was cooking a lot. I'd be like, Ray, do you want food? I accidentally cooked for 2 people again. It's because, like, you know when you cook and you're like, oh my god. You know, like, okay. Have you ever had a moment where you're buying like takeout and you're watching the people cook and you're like, they're so stingy with the toppings, and so when you cook it yourself, you're like, I'm gonna go ham, I'm gonna add so much toppings, like I will be satisfied, and then it ends up being like too much. Because they already knew the portion and they're doing it right, but like, you know, I can't help it. Has been me a few times. See, you understand me. You understand me. That's me with a good breakfast burrito. Now I want a breakfast burrito. I've never really had a breakfast burrito. I've had McDonald's breakfast wrap before. That's basically it. Oh my god, have I even ever had a burrito? Is a burrito even a thing here? Because a burrito is different from a kebab. Right? Right? I think they're different. So I have leftovers, I can relax and not cook for a couple of days. That's true. That's true. The problem is I always end up cooking a different thing the next day. Or like, for example, I cook A for lunch and then B for dinner. And then I have leftovers from both meals, but the next day I'll be like, oh my god, you know what would be fun to cook today? I'll be like, today is the day that I make hot pot. Like, if I really get in like cooking as a mood, and I'll do it every day, and I have so much leftovers. And that's when I say, Ray, do you want food? But then Ray will be like, I have limited capacity and no one in my home eats normally. And I'm like, oh, brother. Taco Bell might sell it. Do we have Taco Bell here? Don't they sell tacos? Tacos and kebab and... No, wait. Burritos are different, right? I wish we have burritos. Yeah, we only have Doritos. I would normally suggest against having Taco Bell as a first burrito, but if that's the only option... No, wait. I'll check. What if they have a burrito? What if I can finally eat a burrito? Tacos and burritos are typically under the same umbrella. Huh. Breakfast burritos are a way of life. I was just prepping 30. Cause like you can meal prep and like freeze them or something, right? That sounds yummy. Do burritos have cheese in them? Can you freeze it? If it has cheese, will the cheese die? They sell general. You never know. You never know. Sometimes things come to Indonesia and they start selling like chicken and sambal. Like, I swear. I feel like whatever fast food that comes here, they always just end up selling like chicken and sambal. Wait, let me look. Cheese can die. You can get one without cheese. What goes in a burrito? If it's not cheese. In my head, it's like meat and cheese. And veggies? Maybe? What goes in a burrito? What makes a burrito, chat? I searched Taco Bell and there's none. Taco Bell. Oh. Okay, there's one. I can't buy from it, but I can at least see their menu, chat. Usually meat, rice, bean, and toppings. Sour cream salsa. That sounds yummy, though. You know what I just thought of? I don't really eat beans. I think. Beans and nuts are different, right? Because, like, in Indonesian, isn't bean just kacang? And nut is also kacang? And so everything is just nuts. my brain. Beans, rice, meat, and toppings. So there's rice in it as a carb, but the wrap is also a carb. So does it technically, it's just double carb? There's a number of variation on the theme. There's regional differences. Okay, regional differences. Okay. Huh. They have burritos, but I can't buy from Taco Bell. Oh, brother. Wait, no. Do they? Wait. Oh, okay. One day I'll be able to try a burrito. Wait, I'll search. What burritos do they have? Okay, chat, there is burrito. The burrito that exists here is a cheesy burrito, grilled stuffed burrito. That's it. that's literally it. That's all the things. Okay, so they tell you what's in it. Cheesy burrito has like ground chicken, Mexican rice, nacho cheese, cheddar cheese, sour cream, wrapped inside a grilled flour tortilla. Right? I had one before in Jakarta, but I missed the one from a Mexican truck in CA. Is it that different? Okay, grilled stuff. I wonder what... Okay, grilled stuff is grilled chicken, nacho cheese, lettuce, pico de gallo? Is that how you read it? Salsa. Yeah, pico de gallo salsa. Hot sauce, ranch sauce, 2 cheese blend. Whoa! They both sound great. Actually, I'm hungry. They actually both sound wonderful. But I can't buy it, but I can dream. I cannot purchase. I think it's too far from where I am. Subs. You're supposed... Aw, man. Maybe one day. I went all the way to Cali and didn't go to a taco truck. Is it like a big thing there? Is it like one of those things where you have to try it when you're there? A taco truck? I don't think Indonesia has a lot of tacos in the first place. Man. I actually don't see Mexican food a lot here, I think. Taco trucks are big in California. Oh, big as in like, is it like everywhere? Or is it more like there are really a lot of good ones? Does that make sense? California used to be a part of Mexico, so it's pretty... Oh, I didn't know that. Food trucks in general are pretty popular over on the West Coast. Whoa. There aren't a lot of like food trucks here, at least. Like, they will be... I'll see food trucks during like events or like cons. But like, it's like a temporary thing where it's like a proper joint that like temporarily rents a food truck to like sell food. But not like food truck. You know what I mean? CA is basically across Mexico. Oh! Wow, chat. I really didn't know. Makes me wanna go. One day I'll eat from a taco truck, I swear. I'll put that in my bucket list. I'm gonna start a new bucket list. Where's my notes? That's noteworthy. I'll dedicate a whole page on the very back. Bucket list, chat. Bucket list. Trying. Is it specifically tacos or is it like food truck? Or do all food trucks have tacos? No, right? Trying tacos in CA. Question mark? From a food truck. There we go. There we go. Not all food trucks have tacos. What's like the best food you've ever had from a food truck? Because again, we don't really have those here. So I wonder. Cali also has... Wait, oh, my brain. Cali also has some insane food diversity in general, since it's also a major port. Ah! The New York halal carts. Is it the halal guys thing? Am I correct? Bring Ray along. She likes tacos. She has never eaten a taco in front of me. What? Does she know where the taco joints are and never told me? Ray? Dang. I think Polish sausage? Oh, wait. Is Polish sausage like a... What is it called? Kielbasa? Is that a Polish sausage? I need more food knowledge in my brain. Similar, but not exactly. She makes them herself. I'm smiling because I'm like, oh, she makes them herself. How much do I trust? No, she's fine with. She's probably fine. Some foods I trust her to cook. Some foods I don't, chat. There was a Lebanese food truck by my old office in Brooklyn that was a... What? I've never seen or heard Lebanese food before. What's an example of a Lebanese food? That or... how do you read that? Is it gyro or is it gyro? Gyroscope? Gyroscope? Which G, chat? Is it a guy or is it a jai? Ah? G? Wait, Gi? Wait, is gyro? Is that it? Did I even read Gi right? Gi is like Gi, right? Right? Oh, brother. The G is silent. What? Gear? How is the G silent? Isn't it just Eero if the G is silent? What? What food do you not trust Ray to make? Well, maybe Asian food. Cause her house just doesn't... It's not a cooking household. You know what I mean? So like, she doesn't have spices. She doesn't have like a lot of seasonings. You'll find very specific things at her kitchen. You know what I mean? So like... like for example, like with pasta, she doesn't really cook cream based. She can only do tomato based pasta sauces. That's an example. What? I even remember her spice rack ish. She has like oyster sauce, salt, pepper, soy sauce. I think she has truffle oil for some reason. She doesn't have sugar, and I'm not sure she has honey, but I think she has maple syrup. Like, it's a very odd pantry. I went there, we wanted to cook together, and I'm like, you have nothing. It's so oddly specific. We were trying to cook, I think we were trying to cook mapo tofu. And I'm like, where's your insert ingredient here? And she's like, I don't have that. Okay, so Giro is right. Mental note. I remember going to a food truck that sold nice churros with I want churros so badly. Chat. Oh. Chat. No, I swear. When I was really young, I went to Australia once to visit my uncle, because my uncle lives there. He moved abroad like years and years ago, and like what is it? He took me to like, was it a fair? I don't really get what it was, but it was like a place with like rides and like games and like whatever. Luna Park? I don't remember. Was it Luna Park or something? And they had like carts that was selling churros, and I swear they're the best churros I've ever had in my life. And I've tried buying churros in Indonesia. None of them lives up. And I don't know if that's nostalgia or what, but they all suck. All the churros I've tried here locally suck. And I really just want like one good churro. Translation: Kanna really wants Mexican food. I just want all food. Churros are good. Churros are so good. Like, the good ones are so good. Okay, the ones I've tried here locally, I've tried one that's like really rock hard, which is very sad, and then they're bland and tasteless, and like, oh, that's so sad. I've also had soggy ones. Oh man, make them yourself. I tried once when I was like 8. Oh, to be fair, I was 8. To be fair, I was 8, and like, I probably should have had adult supervision. Adult supervision should have been had when you're trying to make this like deep fried with like hot oil, right? Thoughts? But like, I tried once when I was 8 and I failed, and I was like, I'm not meant for this. I failed my ancestors, even though none of them probably ate churros, but like, you know what I mean. So I have never tried again. Do you think I have a better shot now? I mean, surely, right? I've only gotten smarter since I was 8. Surely, slightly better. Slightly, just slightly. You couldn't do worse. If I try. Okay, no. Do you guys know any good churro recipes then? Right? Have you made them? Give me a recipe that works. Give me the best shot. Wait, I should just Google. Wait, YouTube? You have a lot more cooking. That is true. That is true. I think I was a much braver child than I am. Churros recipe. My favorite churros are the ones filled. Wait, there are churros filled with dulce de leche? No, wait, no. Actually, what? What? I want those. No, I want those. I make a ton of churros. My grandma like, oh. How do you fill them? Filled with Nutella or Delta? I'm missing out, chat. No, I'm missing out. I'm missing out. Whoa. Okay. Piping back. Okay, so you make the churros and then you poke a hole and you pray to God you fill it the right way. Question mark? There's also a food truck at the city market. Jam, donut, chat, I'm hungry. Chat, I'm hungry and I want sweets now. Wait, what if there's churros on Uber Eats? Do I hold out hope? Chat, wait. What if I search? Today, the search begins. I couldn't get burritos, but maybe, chat. Maybe, wait. I know, I keep saying Uber Eats because GoFood won't give me promos. BMO. Because they stopped giving me promos and vouchers. I will not continue to endorse them. I'm kidding. Have you ever eaten... No, I've never had funnel cake. I don't think that's a thing here. Question. Someone told me it's like pancake batter, but you deep fry it with a funnel. Right? You probably use them up. Shut up. They don't need to know that. It's better GoFood or Shopee food. Funny enough, I've never tried Shopee food. Are they cheaper? Have I been missing out? They give you 20 at the start of the month? No, they don't. Is it my account? Did I get shadow banned? Did I get shadow banned, chat? Please tell me Shopee food is a joke. No, Shopee food is real here. But I've never tried it before. They have like food delivery and stuff. They have a ton of flash sales. What if I search for churros there? Funnel cakes are close to churros. I think it's a different batter, isn't it? Because if you want it to go through a funnel, it needs to be liquid. And like for churros, it's like a pate choux or something. It's like a thick thing. No? No? Wow, my brain. That sounds bad. Okay, I have searched for churros. What appears is a pizza place selling churros. Do I trust it? Do I trust it, chat? Wingstop has churros. Wingstop has churros? Has someone tell me if Wingstop churros are good? They don't look that good, honestly. Beaja. Yeah. I really want a good churro, chat. Or I just want a sweet right now. I just want something sweet for dessert. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a place that sells churros by the dozen. What? How can Seribot can flip words? That's funny. Cheesecake. Get chakwe and powder it with cinnamon. Dude, that's not even the same thing, no? Question mark? Unflip. Wait, if you unflip, but the word is still flipped. What do you mean? 15 people die in the US every year from dog bites. Beware, chat. If you're being dumb, what if I bite you and you pass away? Dogs can make over 100 different sounds. Someone fact check me. Have I been a dog, chat? Capybaras are very affectionate and will often nuzzle and lick each other. Aww, it would be a worthy death. I don't think there's a Kanna command. They shouldn't have bitten the dog, obviously. Wait, I'm getting sidetracked. What about my churros? Do I risk it, chat? Should I just try it? What if it's not good and then I get disappointed and then I get sad? Kanna fact. Someone make a pool of like Kanna facts and somehow we'll teach Sari. Kanna was the best dog. I still remember her voice. What song is this? I'm getting sidetracked. Do I buy the churros? Churros with sausage? They sell a sausage wrapped with a churro and I think they deep fry it. But that's not sweet. Failed to get the current song. How would Stream Elements know how to get song? Kanna fact, did you know Kanna has a cover of the All Brother? What if I just click and see? Hoshizora no Drive, chat. Isn't churros filled with chocolate or something sweet? They don't have any fillings. They only have, you can either buy half dozen churros, 1 dozen churros, the sausage churro, and then you buy sauce. If you have your YouTube or Spotify linked, it can pull it. Oh. Huh. How do you link it? Okay. Okay. I'll link it later, future Kanna. Stuffed churros are filled, but normal ones aren't. Yeah, so this one has dips. Okay, the question... Okay, because like for dips, right, the sauce, they have strawberry jam, salted caramel, matcha sauce, dark chocolate sauce, and then they have meaty tomato sauce and barbecue sauce. Who the heck? Is that a thing? And the barbecue sauce is Korean barbecue sauce. Like, who's eating churros with like hot barbecue sauce? Hot Korean barbecue sauce. Maybe for the sausage churro? But shouldn't they sell that as a set then? Did you know Kanna now has sound alerts for... No, I don't. No, I don't. Sweet and savory. Okay. But, okay, does that mean the churro is sold like naked without like the cinnamon sugar thing and then you dip it in the Korean barbecue sauce? The place you're buying this from is an anomaly. To be fair, they're the only churro place that I could find and they're pretty far. But like... But I'm curious. Wait, are they better fresh? Question mark. Like, if I buy them delivered, will they turn soggy, chat? Is that a thing? Probably still has cinnamon sugar with the meaty tomato sauce. It's terrible. Sauce padang. Oh, hell no. Oh! That's what the alert was. I forgot. Benders, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you for the kind reminder. Did you know that I forgot already? No, right? Like, you get me, Dark. I don't remember what each of the sub alerts are anymore. It's okay. Inner peace. Inner peace. Inner peace. You know what's crazy? I can't believe we're close to almost 1,000 subs goal thing. That's crazy. And here I am worrying about my churros getting soggy. You've been killing it. Hi, honey. That's the 10 sub sound. And then thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's it. There's no more sound alerts, chat. What's crazy is that you only have 1.2k followers and getting close. No, actually, you know what it is? It's not me. That's all the gifters who are crazy and so supportive, chat. I never attribute anything to me. I attribute it to everyone. Kind of fact, did you know that she has more sound alerts? I actually don't. NFS is lying. This is why I eat him in my spare time. This is why I eat NFS in my spare time, because he lies. And that's a lie. And that doesn't happen. You should prove her wrong. I really should not. Wait, no, actually, I have a question. Who the hell who sent the stupid audio files to the girlies? No.
Let's go 1,000 sub. Remember when you said you wouldn't make it to 1,000 subs like a month ago? How time flies, Aga.
Saying thank you for... Thank you for the gifted sub and cheering. You know who? Only one of us has access to... Only one of us has access to all the girlies. I double checked. It wasn't Pharaoh. Oh, I double checked that it wasn't Pharaoh. The Pharaoh was shocked. Yeah. So, did we reach 1,000? What? With that? Really? What the heck? Oh! Thank you so much. Dude, that's crazy. Hi, honey. Hi. Zero Raven, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Dude, I can't. That's. Chat. No, actually, that's crazy. Oh, thank you so much. Do I? Okay. We should celebrate somehow, right? Churro funds? Churro funds. I should get the churros, right? After all this, I should get the churros. Or I should make the churros. I should buy the churros. I'll get the churros. I'll get the churros! Oh my gosh, you guys! No, you have to understand that 1,000 seemed like it would never happen, right? Who would ever think, though? Who would ever think? Oh, cinnamon sugar. You guys are always so supportive. Thank you guys so much. Ugh. 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 I don't know how to chat. You guys are so sweet. I need to do better, right? I need to do better. I need to keep doing my best. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, my heart. We should celebrate somehow. We should. That's a milestone, no? Is that how a milestone works? Keep being you. Does that mean? Am I okay? Because I'm neutral, good. So I should keep being non-chaotic, as I usually am. I understand. Thank you so much for the contribution. No, wait. I should double check the Nintendo Switch thing, because I heard that the Switch price is gonna go up, right? Keep being you, but also keep striving to be better. But maybe reduce the time you sabotage yourself. You mean sabotaging my daily survival? Yeah, right? I don't know if it applies immediately.
Get new glasses, fix the door, eat yummy food, and keep singing Kanna heart.
Aww. Hi, thank you so much, vendors. I'll go to the counterfeit glasses place and find a decent one. What is this song? Squall. Squall? I don't know how to read it. SQUALL, chat. Okay, fix door. Wait, get churros first. I keep getting sidetracked. I think that's in September or October. I can lie, the Switch price is going up. So what is booty cheeks? What does that mean? Did I read it correctly? Which one? Squall? Squall cheek. Makasih ya, Beb. Eat. Okay. I'm getting cinnamon sugar. Oh, the sauce is free. 2 sauces are free. I should try dark chocolate. Will I die? No, I'm a magical dog. It's fine. And salted caramel? Or should I go strawberry jam? But like chocolate and caramel. Chocolate and caramel. The part of the bum that is like a cheek. The part of the bum. Isn't that just the whole bum? Isn't that just the whole bum? Question mark? You're magical. When was that a part of your lore? From today. From this moment on. I love Kanna. We want you to be happy because of who you are. Thank you for doing so much. No, Zero Raven, thank you for cheering. But like, honestly, what have I ever done, really? I'm just here and I have a blast with you guys. That's all I do, chat. That's all I do. If anything, I'm lucky to spend time with you. That's crazy. I get to see you all and I'm always so happy. You made my late nights kind of fun. Really? because my door handles keep falling off and I don't have lights and like the butt cheeks are the part you slap. Isn't that just all of the butt? What part of the butt is not the cheek? What? I always enjoy my time here. I swear I have so much fun and you make me smile and you also make me question my life a little bit, realizing that I can live better than I live today. That's such a weird sentence to say, but you know what I mean. Please stop. The place you poop from. Right. Wait, that counts as part of the butt? Oh, it is. It's like a black hole, but it's I see. You're right. You know what? Maybe butt cheeks are great. Maybe you know what? No, butt cheeks are great. No, they're great. They're really. I should just check out the churros, right? I'm gonna pay for that real quick. I just no, you know, no, I'm gonna buy the. Oh my god, the delivery charge, it's so far. You know what? No, for churros, I will. What did I join it? Don't. See, I don't have any vouchers. Go Food hates me. Fine. Wait, let me try on another application. Yep, butt cheeks are great. Oh, that's what you walked into? But yeah, they're great. They're like, what did someone say? The part that you smack. The butt cheeks are the part that you smack. Did you know, son? And I solemnly swear no chaos today. Why are you like that? What do you mean? Someone said earlier. Someone was like, butt cheeks are the part that you smack. And I'm like, isn't that just all of the butt? Oh, I'm starving. I have both churros and butts in my mind. Oh wait, they do have it. They do have it in the other app. What if it's cheaper here, chat? Wait, the same restaurant has more menu on another app, chat. And also they type okay, first of all, this on another app, they have typos everywhere. It's just saltad, caramel, cinnamon. Oh, they didn't proofread this. Okay, let's see. They have mochi churros. They have mochi churros. It's the same store. Whoa! Should we try mochi churros? What the hell are mochi churros? What? They still have the barbecue sauce. Okay, do mochi churros sound good or not good? I can't say I'm not curious. Sounds crispy and soft. They look like there's something in the middle. But like, I'm also not sure. You know what? I will just buy it. See, this is what happens when I go to another thing. Instead of getting it cheaper, I just buy more. Okay. I have a 3K discount, chat. What is that in USD? A whopping 3K. 3,000. That sounds like a lot, right? IDR to USD. That's 17 cents. I got a 17-cent discount. That, you know what? That's better than nothing. That's better than nothing. You know what? With like 17 cents, you can get an Indomie. So like, you know what? That's like a meal. That's like a whole meal discount. So it's, you know, it's worth it. I'm so smart, chat. To be, I just realized that I'm checking out like a half dozen churros and also the mochi churros, and I'm not gonna be able to finish them. But that's the smallest size they have. Place order. Indomie is 3,300. No. No, it's not. Are you telling me? Are you telling me? No. Indomie. No, I'm gonna check online. That's a lie. Ray, help her eat churros. What time is it? It's a Monday. It's 12. Ray is eating lunch and prepping for Pilates or something. What am I doing? Indomie. 3,500 if you buy an Alpha Mart. Have I just been buying Indomie and not looking at the price because I assume they're like 1,000? God, I've been living outside of Indo for almost a year now, and the prices for meals are very much more than my usual meals in Indo. It makes me think the rice bowls at events like CF price at 50K are good deals. Yeah, so maybe don't buy it there. Wait, okay, no, there's an Indomie official store, chat. This is the official store. So if it's the official store, this should be the price. This is it. Right? Can you buy it like Indomie goreng, right? We always check with the dry one. What? No, wait. I need a calculator. Excuse me. 26,000 divided by 5 pieces. You get 5. 5,200! There ain't no way, no wait. It's because you only buy a little. What if you buy 10? Okay, like what's 41,800 divided by 10? That's 4,800. What, bro? Maybe the official store is a ripoff? Question mark? Okay, now what if we buy a whole carton? I'm in denial. 167 200 divided by how much do you get in a carton? 40? It's still 4,180. Holy crap. Chat? Does that mean the one pack is like 40 pieces and it's wait, what's 167 200 IDR to USD? 9 it's $9.6. Okay, you know, in dollars it may not seem that bad, but honestly, like so for $9.6 you get 40 Indomie. I don't think it's the jumbo one. Chat. It's the normal one. Holy crap. This is it. That's how you know. What's that shit? Macroeconomy. Wait, save. Kanna is a Michi buyer of this. It's not the jumbo one. Wait, it's this one. Wait. Wow, I'm just, you know what? I don't even need to be here. So get the Indomie, chat. Here. This one. It's a normal one, because jumbo would have jumbo on it. This is the official store, mind you. So it's cheaper in Alphamart. That's oh man. Nowadays I just buy me sedap. Can I say something? I've never tried me sedap before, I think. I've been a pure Indomie loyalist since I was a child, and I've never had me sedap before. I've never had it. Okay, no, I've had chat. No, like, did you order the yes? And I also ordered. I even ordered churros. You know what I should order? Oh my god, chat, this morning. You know what I woke up to? I get head pats, thank you. Oh, okay, two. I have two things to say. First of all, I've tried sarimi. I like the sarimi, the one with the kremes one. Because it's like a... Okay, Chad, do you know... I don't know... Because like Indomie is well known. I don't think sarimi is as well known. But... the picture is... It is what it is. I'm saving. Wait. Okay, like... This one... I don't know if this is available abroad, actually. This one. It's also... It's like Indomie. The fried one. It's like the mee goreng one. But you get like crispy, crunchy tempura bits on top. And you get 2-in-1. So it's like one pack, but it has 2 noodles in it. It's pretty good. I bought it a lot during college because I was just like 2-in-1. That's a bargain. That's like, yeah, exactly. Like, this is what got me through. I actually, chat, I would not be here today if sarimi didn't feed me. When Indomie was too expensive to buy. I just eat sarimi. Yeah, it's perfect for noodles. You know what it is? Because like with Indomie, like you eat one and it feels like a snack. Don't look at the calories, but like it feels like a snack because you kind of want more. I'm Indonesian people. The noodle battle is crazy here. But like for me, sometimes eating 2 can be a lot. Okay, no, to be fair, when I was in elementary school, I used to eat 3. But like back then, I was still more active. I still like, you know, play tag and shit. So like I would work off the calories. You know what I mean? I don't think we have Indomie here, but I also know, oh, Indomie is great. Oh, but the version being sold abroad has less MSG or something and less salt. Like it's less savory, I heard. When I was younger, I heard like a friend of mine who lives in the Philippines. They would beg their mom who would like go to Indonesia for like work to bring home like three cartons of just Indomie because it hits different. Why? Yeah, it's, I don't know, because like you have when you export food, you have to like adhere to the food regulations, right, in another country. So if you buy like Indomie like in Japan and I presume like in the US or something, it would taste different than you would buy or that you would get here. Yeah. Exactly. The MSG got that aura. Yeah, I don't know how exactly more different because I've never tried the version from abroad. But yeah, I heard it's less savory, less punchy. Get one from here. Get one from here. Imagine all the MSG. Yeah, they are nerfing. If I could send you all Indomie. Will that get me in trouble in customs? Wait, no. Didn't Michi like send over some Indomie or something? I'm working at a store right now and they sell Indomie, but every time there's a delivery, there can be 2 versions. Oh, yeah, maybe. What if you get the ones that are like the exact same package as the one in Indonesia? Maybe would that work? Yeah, but maybe like the local, like other brands other than Indomie, the ones available in Indonesia might not be exported as much. Like sarimi. My college life savior. I still haven't tried miso up though. She did to her mods. Can we just buy straight up MSG? Oh wait, chat. Like I think I saw like an Indonesian influencer. Like you know the cooking Instagrams. I wanna sneeze. I do want to sneeze. It's stuck. The sneeze has disappeared. A moment of silence for my disappearing sneeze. What was I gonna say? Okay, me. Okay. First of all, bless you in advance, When I sneeze later, I'll thank you. When I sneeze later, if it ever comes, I'll thank you. Well, you know what? No, actually, thank you in advance, I've had people send me Indomie before. Then maybe if you've had the Indonesian one, you've tried the MSG one. I don't think just adding MSG would make it taste the same. I don't know. Maybe like different formulation. I'm not sure. I tried Indomie from my local Asian market. It was kind of mid. Then maybe you'll like it more. The OG. Okay, so like back to the thing. I saw on Instagram this like Indonesian cooking Instagram influencer thing. Tried making Indomie seasoning from scratch. Right? I've never tried it and I've always been curious. If you can't get the Indonesian Indomie, some people said it's like pretty close or like you know, like it's good. We can make it from scratch. I haven't tried it. I should try it, right? And compare. And then I'll be like, chat, this is it. Try it. Like if there's not enough MSG in your Indomie, you should try this. It definitely seems to have stronger taste. Oh, there's so many Indomie flavors though, and then like they have like regional flavors, and also even some Indomies that are made in like different islands, because Indonesia is made of like so many islands. Ones that are produced at a different island might even taste different from each other. That's what I heard. So you can even get like just the OG, but like made in island A versus island B. It would taste different, I heard. Cause one is like more old school, one is like, I don't know if it's like old school, but like I think it's the one with the powder instead of the sambal, no? Yes, no? You can even buy it online specifically. In the US, I've only found soy sauce and hot and spicy. What's soy sauce and what's hot and spicy? Like Indomie? What's a soy sauce Indomie? Is that the OG? Yeah? Oh, so like, wait, like this one? I'm getting hungrier. My tummy is rumbling with the fierceness of 1,000 storms. This one, you mean? This is soy sauce? Huh. I mean, it's technically correct-ish. Because like in Indonesia, when you say soy sauce, which is ketchup, it usually means the sweet soy sauce. So, but like they should name it sweet soy sauce. What? You know, it is what it is. Plain spicy chicken curry. Ah. Oh, there's so many. Okay, my favorite. I have a few favorites and a few combination favorites. For like the dry one, there's two more that I like that aren't the OG. Wait, wow, like Indomie session. My face trying to remember. This one, save. Okay, you might have... you've seen it when I made it into my birthday cake, chat. This one, just the green one. I like this one. Exactly! Okay, everybody, you get me! I swear, no, Chubby Angel hits different! Ah! No, it's so good though. Or I've been making my own noodles with masako, oyster sauce, pepper, and a bit of sugar. Oh, that also sounds good, actually. Wait, it still exists? I can't find one in stores near me, so I buy it online. That's how much I like this one. Some places still have it, I think. But like, the stores near me don't, so I buy it online. And I also wish they have it in jumbo. And they don't. This one is pretty good. I think this is... I like this, and Ollie also likes this. We both love it very much. Oh, and other than this one, this is you've probably heard of the other one. Boop, 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 boop. Save. Yeah, cabe ijo just means... Cabe is chili. Cabay. It's like chili. Ijo, it just means green. So it should be hijau. But like Indonesians are lazy, so we just say ijo. You know? Hey, like, hijau means green. But then we just shorten hijau to ijo. Because we're lazy. Probably. Fair enough though. Okay. Other than this one, there's also, you probably know or have heard of this before. Rendang. So they have like the rendang variant of like Indomie, right? They don't have the meat on it, right? But the seasoning is like more intense. I want that one. Oh, it's good. It's pretty good too. Okay. Rendang is so good. Okay, and like, you know what I personally do since college? Oh, and it's, I swear, I haven't done it in a while, but I swear, you know what I do? I mix two flavors, right? So what I do is I mix this one and this one. So you just cook both and mix both of the seasonings in like one bowl situation, Chad. You know? So it's like rendang cabe ijo, but I swear it's good. As far as I remember, it's like pretty, it slaps, man. It's so good. It's gonna be difficult if you don't have access to either of them though, huh? But like them both together, cause like the green chili one has like a slight, you know, that green chili taste where it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, bitter but like fresh, you know. And then with like the richness of the rendang seasoning, I want it. Oh, I want it. Nasi padang yu sambal ijo. That's true. That's true. Cause like rendang is from like Sumatra, right? And then they have like, you can get like rice with rendang, and they usually have like cabe ijo, the green chili sambal on the side. So technically, it's canon. It's canon, but now they're just mixed in noodle form. Exactly. And then you get double size. Ninang Kanna, have you ordered the churros? I did actually. They will arrive in an hour because it's so far. Yeah, I just basically made nasi padang in like noodle form. What's your favorite mikwa? Oh, okay, let me think. If I'm not feeling well, I would just get the chicken soup one. You know what I mean? Because like plain chicken noodle soup vibes, right? I can tell you my past favorite, and I can't find it anymore. It's very difficult to find. When I was in college, I liked this one. Oh, wait. When I was in college, this was my favorite soup. It's soto padang. Maybe I just like West Sumatran food. Thoughts? Oh, I can't find this anymore though, by the way. Even like locally, so I'm not sure if this will ever be exported. For kwa, I prefer mee sedap kari. I really should try mee sedap one of these days, huh? I've never seen that one. I think it was like, I don't know if it was temporary. It was like when they were coming out with a lot of regional flavors. Like soto. I think soto just means soup, basically, in Indonesian. Correct me if I'm wrong, Indonesians. I'm a terrible Indonesian. But yeah, in my head, soto just means soup, right? And at the time, they were releasing a lot of flavors that were like regional soups. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They had like Soto Medan. Like, what else did I had? They have Soto Mi. That one is like... Yeah, and there's like a green one versus like a... You know what I mean? The green packaging. Yeah, basic translation is soup. So this one is the padang soup flavor. And it's, mind you, before this, I'd never tried soto padang before. So when I had it in Indomie form, I'm like, holy fucking shit, this is it. You know what I mean? But like, this one is regional, and I think it's, what is it called? Seasonal? Limited? I can't find it anymore, chat, and I'm so sad because I love it so much. The normal one is just Indomie Soto, I think. Wait. Probably this one? Let me save. Somehow, my streams always have food in them. Maybe it's because I eat. What the heck is an AV file? Wait, let me save it as JPEG. Save. Yeah, WebP. Close enough. This one is the normal one. Soto Mi, which is just like noodle soup. Right? How is it compared to the actual soto padang? Okay, because I tried the Indomie version, and then because of that, I got interested and I tried it at like a padang restaurant. It's different, but it's good. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't exactly it, but it's good in its own way. I actually prefer the Indomie one. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe it's like first love situation where I'm like, this is the true version of soto padang for me, even when it's not, but like it's good, you know? No, you know what it is? The Indomie version has more MSG in it. You get it? You get what I mean? Like, the real one isn't as like, got me chinny ito. Like, it doesn't have enough MSG in it, and I'm like, this is not the soto padang that I know. Oh, brother. You know, like, probably it's not authentic, but like, whatever, it's good. Pharaoh's hungry and asleep and he doesn't know. I should just randomly send him pictures of noodles. I send him nudes. That's what people say about noodles. Send nudes, and then they send pictures of noodles. Boop, 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 boop. Pharaoh, I'm sending you... Well, Pharaoh's asleep. I'll send the one with soto padang. Or rendang. Maybe rendang. Do not wake that man. I already sent it, but I didn't say I'm sending nudes. Does that help? As a Minang people, I don't even know there's soto padang, so you're fine. Okay, so I'm in the clear. Okay, wait. Okay, so back to soto, right? I tell you, there's a lot. So, soto. Okay, these are the ones off Google. There's soto padang, soto mi, soto medan, soto banjar, soto koya, soto special, soto lamongan. There's a lot. Like, and I actually haven't tried a lot of those. This one is recent, I think. Let me see. There's so many soups, chat. There's way too many soups. This one, I've never tried this one. Soto is soup. Koya is like... Is it a coconut powder? What's koya again? Koya? 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 Is what? I'm literally typing koya is what? Koya is the BT21. BTS is what? Is a character? No, that's not what I mean. Savory powder for topping. Someone. It's shredded shrimp crackers. It's crushed krupuk? What? I genuinely don't know. I thought they were like a coconut powder thing. They're crushed. Then I want that. Dude, no, shrimp crackers are so good, chat. They're so good. I want to try that. Okay. Soto koya is the crushed prawn cracker. But that just means spicy. Doer is just... Chat, what's doer in English? It's when your lips. Chat, someone translate doer for me. Doer swollen lips. There you go. It's because when you eat spicy things, your lips get swollen. How are you, ESL and ISL? So, you know, said I have wondered that all my life. No, I tell you, said I got 100 on like English test, and I would get like 30 on Indonesian test. I just can't. I can't. I'm just second language wherever inconvenient. You know what I mean? Like wherever inconvenient, that's where I'm like suddenly SL. Exactly. Should I try this? I hope it's not spicy just for the sake of being spicy. Question mark? I have the same issue, but it's with Spanish. No, you get me. No, you're right. I do know multiple languages. I'm just not good at either of them. My school made me take English first language IGCSE. Ray could relate to that probably. I've never taken whatever IGCSE is. Exactly, no, everything second language. You know what? I identify with that now. I'm just ESL, chat. I'm ESL. And they're right. ESL is not me. Oh, Cambridge exams. I see. Okay, no, segueing back. So, my favorite soup would be the soto padang one for Indomie, right? But, you know what, chat? Honestly, I usually eat the soup ones dry. But I can explain. You can't see me, but I'm holding my finger up. Like in like a actually, you know what I mean? So like no, I eat it. No, but hear me out, right? I'm trying. Okay, wait. Let me fetch the images of the ones I use. Wait. I'll use an example with like Indomie curry. Save image. I'm not crazy. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Na 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 na. This one. Yeah. Okay, chat. So you know the Indomie, there's soup Indomie that's like yellow curry flavor, right? Which is like kari ayam. It just means kari is curry, ayam is chicken, right? So it's like chicken curry, yellow chicken curry, right? The sodium, the salt. Now hear me out. Okay, so like you've had that one. Okay, so you know you can kind of imagine how it tastes, right? So the way I do it is I would cook it to like kind of al dente, right? You know what I mean? Like it's like half cooked ish. Not like al dente, but like half cooked. And then how do I explain this? Yeah, so al dente, and then I drain all the water. Okay? And then I whisk eggs. Okay? I whisk eggs. And I pour all the seasonings into the eggs. Okay? You know what I mean? I pour all the seasonings into the eggs. Okay? And then I make it like carbonara. Where, right? To the still hot noodles, right? I pour the eggs in, right? You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't sound bad. It's not bad, I swear. Ye of such little faith, I tell you. No, yeah, so it's like curried carbonara indomie. It's kind of like, you know, I tell you, no, it's good. I swear, try it. And then like you mix it with the still hot noodles. If you kind of want to cook it out more, you can. You can like turn on the heat if you want to. And then as like, you know, with the kari ayam one, you usually get like fried shallots with it. You get fried shallots with it. And I don't mix it into the egg because I want them to retain some texture. And when it's done, then I sprinkle it on top. Right. If it's too salty to you, right, you can add a little bit of milk to the egg mixture before you put it in. And you can adjust the saltiness to taste, actually. You can just add like maybe half the packet of seasoning if you don't want it too salty. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just cater it to your own personal taste. If you like it salty, you can add them all. Or you can add half. And actually, see, it's not a bad idea. I swear, it's good. No, it's good. Trust me. It's yummy. It's yummy. It's yummy. Trust me. I am the incarnation of MSG. Like, think about it. You have to use a good egg. If you're not sure about your eggs, just cook it all the way through. Like, it'll be like, it'll curdle, right? It won't be like creamy carbonara, but if you cook it more, it has its own charm. Sometimes I overcook the eggs on purpose because it has a different charm. You know what I mean? Like, Guillermo, like, you know when you mix indomie with like the egg, like boil it together, it has that kind of vibe if you cook it all the way through. So that's also okay. You know? Some of us are used to Michi's culinary war crimes. Oh no, yeah, no, understandable. It's not about not sure about the egg, Tassie. It's more like, you know, some people have a fear of eating eggs half cooked. You know what I mean? Half cooked. Is that what it's called? Like salmon something. Yeah. Which is like if your eggs are fresh, right? If your eggs are fresh and clean, and honestly, I've been doing it since I was a kid with probably eggs that aren't guaranteed to not have salmonella, but I'm alive. It's fine. That picture. What picture? No, she filled my plate on Thanksgiving. I get it. I get it. Okay, so that's how I eat this one. And actually, like, NFS, if you use just half, chat, like, if you use just half of the curry seasoning, you know what you should do to the other half? Just got lucky. To you, thank you for the gifted sub. Nice one. Okay. The other half, right? The next time when you cook this one, oh, you use it for fried rice. You know what I had? I had this one. Wait. This one. You can use the other half and mix it together with your soy sauce original Indomie goreng. It'll be curry fried noodles. Use the other half. So if you use the whole thing, if you use the whole packet of like the curry powder, it'll be way too spicy. No, salty. Yeah, it'll way too salty. But if you use just half, it'll be like curry fried noodles. That's also yummy. Now I really want Indomie. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. That concludes my soupy Indomie. The other one I also do is the chicken one, but I make that into like a frittata. I think it's what it's called. I rarely eat the soup as soup, chat. I don't know why. It is what it is. I am MSG vaccine. This is what happens when a person who eats talk about food when hungry. Oh, my tummy rumbled. You're so right. I just ordered Indomie Chame Ijo. No, if you can get it, it's so good though. It's so good though. Oh, this one. Wait, it's safe. This one I also low-key eat. Does it count as dry? This one, special chicken flavor. If I'm not sick, the way I would eat this one is I would eat it as a frittata. Some Indonesians call it like pizza mie. What is special chicken flavor? It's it's chicken that grew up really special. You never saw that? No, it's normal. In this is like I think the exported version. If it's in Indonesian, it's this one. Chinatown. This one. Okay. In Indonesia, you can get for the chicken flavor one, the soup ones, you can get kaldu ayam, and then ayam special, and then ayam bawang. Right? They're all chicken. Kaldu ayam doesn't come with like the onion slash shallot oil. Yeah. The fried onion oil doesn't come with the kaldu ayam one. But I don't genuinely know what the difference is between the onion chicken and the special chicken. You know? So it's special. You understand? Respected. There's actual recipes for Indomie. Yeah, no. Okay, so the way I eat this one, if I'm not sick, right? Same, I would boil it, right? And then mix an egg. And this time, instead of making it like carbonara, right? You drain the noodles you drain the water from the noodles. And then you put the noodles into the egg mix, right? And then you fry it all like a frittata. It's good. Wait, let me find pictures. No, it's good. It has its own charm. You know, when I was young, I used to make it. I would bring it to school and my classmates would buy it off me. I had like a whole Indomie pizza me operation. I made profit, chat. I had profit from this. I technically own the restaurant illegally. Like in class, I was like, wait, let me count my age. What am I in 4th grade? That was in 4th grade elementary school. I sold these in class. Basically, I'm just Warmindo. Exactly. No, it's actually pure profit. To be fair, at the time, like tada, that's what it kind of looks like. Without the chili slices though, if you don't add them in. It's good though. You can put toppings on it if you like, but I never do. I just eat it like that. And don't forget to put the seasonings in the egg, right? Where's the Kanna Eats website? Yeah, actually, okay. I don't know what the price of Indomie was back then, but because it's me, just say it's 1,000. Okay? Like, if Indomie was 1,000 back then, to make it, I can use either 1 or 2 Indomie, right? And then I sold 1 slice for 2,000. But like, you know, and it ran out in like 5 minutes. Yeah. And to be fair, my slices weren't even that big. like I would cut it into maybe 6, right? I don't know if it was actually 1,000 back then. I don't remember. Do you know why I don't remember? It's because my grandma would be the one buying the cartons of Indomie, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, there's no cost for me to, you know, there's no initial capital. Because I just take my grandma's Indomie and also my grandma's eggs. So it was like 100% profit. It's literally free money. You understand me? My grandma's the one paying for, like, you know, the gas to cook it, the oil, like. It's actually just free money. Yeah, business 101. If you can get something for free and then sell it for money. That sounds like a scam. Please don't scam people. We do not condone scamming here, probably. Never mind that Michi's a scam artist, then that's okay. I'm neutral good. My food is here. Holy crap. here. I'm gonna go grab my food. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I am an entrepreneur, chat. I'll be right back. Let me get food. I've returned. Ow. It's humongous. I have returned, chat. Did Miu intercept me? Yes. You know what Miu did, chat? I was trying to pass. She lied back on her back, right? And then she presented her belly. how I I had no choice. I had no choice. Chat, she literally, with her smug face, she was like, you may. That's what it feels like. He's playing you like a fiddle. She is. She's. Oh my god, chat. I have to tell you something funny. Food tax. Okay, I'll take a pic. Like, okay, chat. Wait. Do I have a picture of her on her belly? I probably do. I'm gonna reuse the same picture. Me trying to find a pic. Why do I have horse pictures in my thing? Right? So she does this. You know what happened? Yes, last night. And you ignored her and kept walking. What do you mean? I asserted my dominance by rubbing the heck out of that belly. Okay, like, I swear. First of all, last night I was cooking, right, chat? I was literally cooking. Like, imagine me, I'm in front of the stove. I'm like, I forgot what I was making. What was I making? Or was it in the afternoon? Bro, I have amnesia. Oh, it's in the afternoon, right? So I was cooking my tteokbokki, right, in front of the stove, and I swear, can this be a Miu yes. And like, when I looked, I felt something brush against my leg, right? And you would think it's like Miu walking over or something. I looked down, right? I don't know if she tripped or something, but she slid under my legs. Like, she slid in between my legs. Literally, like, sliding into my DMs type shit. And she slid in this exact position. She didn't even walk, chat. She literally slid. She's like, you know? Like, and like, I look down and this is what I see. Like, belly up. I was like, oh my god. And then I just had to squat there. I just squatted there and rubbed the heck out of her belly. Cause like, how do I, you know? She didn't even walk and flop over. She literally slid, like surfing, you know, like and like, I look down, this is what I see. Come on. How do I say no to that, Chad? How? Do you think she's playing me like a fiddle? I'm still the alpha though, I can tell. I can tell. Address me. Okay. I'll take a picture of the churro. It smells amazing. I have my, you know, my food in front of me, but the smell of cinnamon is distracting me. Summer. It's tape shut. Okay, first of all, this is the biggest box. It's not like the biggest box, but I was not expecting this much. I did buy half dozen, not 1 dozen, right? Ray, are you here? Do you want churros? I know, it smells so good. Can I just skip the meal and just go straight to breakfast? How? They only sold it by the half dozen, Ray. It's like, you know when you buy Krispy Kreme, Ray, and then you get the plastic with the box. That's the size of plastic they gave. It's okay. Wait, I'm gonna take a picture. Where's my phone? Chad, I left my phone outside. You know what? I'll take a picture with my iPad. I will not be tracking. My soul has left my body. I swear. Wait. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's fine. I met outside my room. Chat. This is like that time with the egg bag and key. Gotta try not to get the store name in it. Here we go with the summer. Okay. When the summer. Here we go. Summer. I want to eat the churro and not my main meal. That's a problem, isn't it? That's a problem, isn't it? It's probably fine. Wait, I have to reconnect. Ha 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 ha. I swear. Oh, wait. This is what happens if you disconnect midway. Come on, iPad. Don't be a silly. Please, I was wrong for disconnecting you. Please just connect. Thank you. What if it never connects again and I'm gonna die? Like this. Thoughts? My soul has actually left my body. Hello? Connect? What if I killed it? Chat, you're never gonna see me again. Look. Oh, it worked. Oopsies. Well, you're stuck with me, chat. Okay. I've taken picture. If only I didn't leave my phone outside, huh? Okay. You need to tell me if it looks legit. From visuals, it does look legit. Thank you so much for the herbal medicine. It's like tolak angin, but it has some lemon flavor and I like it. I need to send it to myself. So, you know, you're stuck with soulless me for a second. I'm talking to you from beyond the grave. Why am I like this? Because my phone is outside. Duh. Nyaha. Okay, my soul has returned. It's you who's trapped with us. The accident wasn't your fault. Leave me alone. Wait, I can do this. I can do this. Oh. I'm so committed to the bit. NFS, did you know? I'm so proud of myself, you don't even know. You actually don't even know. 07. What is this song? Okay. Okay. Image. Browse. Wonder if there's a faster way to do this, chat. Here, feast your eyes upon churros. Half dozen to be exact. And then this one. Aya! Gede banget alamak. This one is the mochi one. They're straight, chat. There. The fat one are the mochi churros. Right? Can I just skip lunch and just go straight to eating the churros? You know what? You know what they say? You should get an appetizer before you eat your meal. And I've decided that my appetizer okay, I'm eating a churro. Oh, okay. To be fair, it took like, I don't know how long to get here. So I don't know if it's as best as it was if I ate it there, but... Ow. Oh! Oh, actually... Actually, chat. Oh, actually... Now, to be fair, it's not even like... It's not hot anymore, but it's still crunchy. Ow. Oh my god, I haven't had a churro in so long. Holy crap. Okay, let me try the dip. Chocolate first or caramel? What's the flavor saying? Flavor is saying Flavor Town. Okay. Okay. I'll try the sauce. Chocolate first? Okay. The sauce is dark chocolate. No, Ray, you should eat this. Does Ray even like... Ray, do you even like churros? Ow. Oh! Chat. Come to think of it, oh no, yeah, no! It was Movie World. It wasn't Luna Park. It was Movie World, I think. Yeah! The one in the cars and they fry it in front of you. Yes, no? I think it was there. Was it? Dude, I was 8. What do I remember really other than the food? I'm not so good. Holy shit. Okay. Actually, chat. The dark chocolate is actually dark chocolate. And I know that sounds stupid. But in Indonesia, where everything is mostly sweet, it's a shock to me. Sounds like actually, yeah, it's actually decent. What if I actually finish this half dozen myself? I think I could probably do that. Okay, I'm trying to like... Ooh, okay. The outside is pretty crispy, but the inside is still fluffy. Like, it's not hard. Because I've had ones here where I feel like... I don't know if they just refry it or something, but it's like rock solid type shit. And this one still tastes like freshly fried. Ow. Holy crap. Mmm. And the dark chocolate isn't too sweet. You'd be surprised how I actually have to say that. Because in Indonesia, sometimes it does end up sweet. It's like just the right amount of sweetness. I like the perfect texture for a dip. No, actually, it's so good. You have something you can suggest in there. Exactly. Ray, if I tell you where it is, you're gonna like... You know where it is, probably. Question mark. Okay. I'm gonna try the caramel, chat. Okay. Ow. Mmm. Okay. The salted caramel is definitely sweeter than dark chocolate. I know that sounds stupid, but you know, my tongue was already like in dark chocolate mode, so going back to sweet, it makes it extra sweeter. But it's still good. It's still good. I feel like I can taste the vanilla essence that they put in, which makes it feel even more sweeter. Yeah, I don't taste a lot of the salt actually. But I think if they make it more salty, I think that would make it more sweet in return. You know what I mean? I'll try both. Holy shit. No, you're so right. No, you're so right. Chocolate bite, caramel bite, and chew. Okay, question. Should I do it alternately? Or should I dip two, like one end in caramel, one end in chocolate, and then I eat it? Like the whole thing. Cause I have like a small pinky finger size piece left of this one. Right? Thoughts? And I'll be like I'm double dipping, but really who cares because I'm the only one here. Right? Okay, let's try. Because it's more loose, the chocolate is more loose, so I'll dip it into caramel first on one side, right? And then on the other end, I put the chocolate and then I go to town. It's probably the phrase. Wait. Whoa! Oh! Okay, I like it. This was the best. This is one of the greatest purchases I have made in a while. This is great. I'm sorry. You're just listening to me eat a churro. It's just so good though. Why are you doing this to me? It's 11:30. Remember when I said I'm internalizing that it's Sunday evening? Technically, we're eating at the same time. Surely greater purchase than the 1 meter wrench. Churro before eyeglasses. Oh my god, wait. Okay. Do I eat the mochi churro now? Because I want to try it. Should I try the mochi churro? It's huge though, so I'll pick off a bit. Cause I swear I'm gonna forget about lunch. Okay. By the way, I'm wearing headphones. I can't even hear the crunch, mind you. If I'm not like biting it. I'm pinching off a little bit. The texture may depend on temperature. You're right. So it's like thicker? I have a feeling. There's something at the center, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'll take a bite. Ow. What is that? That. Sorry, like a yellow liquid just spewed out. And I don't know what it is. I licked it and I still can't tell. Is it custard? It... Sorry, it looks funny. I think it's custard. I don't think it's butter. It's kind of like, it has that like low-key, almost gelatinous. Or you ask us, I expect you to give me wisdom and knowledge. It's custard. And they didn't even put it in the description. They just said mochi churro. There's custard in the middle. What the heck? Oh. Hmm. Hmm. It's definitely denser and slightly chewier. But it's not too chewy, but it's less airy. It's pretty good. But the custard is like sweet, right? Oh, I could dip it. Wait, let me dip it in dark chocolate. It's not that I have a favorite sauce or anything. Wait. Ow. Oh. Maybe I just like the dark chocolate sauce. Okay, I don't know why. But I can taste more of the dark chocolate when I eat it with this one. Or maybe it's placebo. Triple combo. Chocolate, custard, caramel. You're so right. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, I can eat this forever. 2 weeks ago, I bought like a box of like fried banana fritters. I don't know if that's a thing in the US. But bananas are everywhere here. Like fried bananas. Type shit, right? And there's this place I wanted to try. But like just like this, you can't get it. You can't buy just one. So I had to buy a box that was for like 6 people. It was like a really big box of banana fritters. It was really big. I finished like 3/4 of it alone. I've never had a banana fritter, but I've never had apple fritters before. And you finish it all eventually. It was good. Kanna the gluten tamachi. I am a respectable lady. I'm not a glutton. Glutton? Gluten? Gluttony? Gluttony. Someone. Anyone. Why do you have multiple ways to read the word? The letter U anyway. Not oo. Gluttony? Glutton. Thank you. I had banana pancakes last month. It was pretty good. I want to continue eating the churros, but I have to eat my chicken rice first, don't I? I'll see you soon, churros. Very soon. I'll be back. Give me like 10 minutes. How long does it usually take me to eat? I don't know. The churros will be there. I hope they'll still be crispy. Food should be, if you can, eaten at its best, chat. It's the same amount of calories. But if it's a crappier texture, it's sad. Sobs. My life philosophy. It's the same amount of calories. If you don't eat it at its best, really, you're wasting calories. Parting is such sweet, salty. So exactly, you understand me. Worse to live by. No, yeah, think about it, because like it's the same amount of calories, and you eat your food. If you eat your food like soggy or cold, what a shame. Could be less calories because bacteria and mold ate. Okay, you don't have to wait that long. You don't have to wait until the bacteria and mold ate it first. Thoughts? It doesn't have to be like the bottom of the slope. Wow. I've been so good today. Later, remind me to end stream if I'm about to cause chaos, because then technically my oath will be fulfilled. Contrary to popular belief, I don't always cause chaos, Ow. You have, I'm impressed. I would say it doesn't take much to impress you. But really, this was a lot, wasn't it? You've been good. Pharaoh would be proud. Believe it or not, chat. This is how I am most of the time, you know? You know what I mean? Like most of the time. Most of the time. This is how I actually... This is reality. What is that smile? Is that sure? I'm on my last sheet of tissue. Will I survive? Considering every stream this March has been chaotic if you weren't gaming, which you did like... I gamed 3 times. They're all rat coin, weren't they? Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer. Zaid? That game that I put on in the background. Still waiting, but every single time I want to play it, chaos ensues. And then I can't play it. You played fish. Oh, I erased that from my mind. That was torture. I can't, man. If I could get a refund on that game, I really would. Oh. That game is still running in the background. To be fair, today when I was about to open it, and then I'm like, what are the chances I actually get to play a game? And so I didn't open it. But like today, I'm actually good. When does that ever happen? Today. 2 karaoke, 3 games, 1 birthday, and 9 5-hour yaps. Does that mean we're at 3 hours? Really? Really? Oh, time flew. This is what happens when you talk about food, chat. I don't remember what else I talked about, but I remember food. And like, actually, does that mean if I'm not chaotic when I play games, is that the only time the mods and Pharaoh can like be at peace? Like, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, huh. Does that mean when I yap, Pharaoh is like on the edge of his sleep? He's like about to wake up at the slightest nudge. I hope he can sleep well. Don't wake up, Pharaoh. I'm actually good. When does that ever happen? Today. Ow. It's your brand. Maybe I should work on my brand image. I think Pharaoh's blah, blah, blah. I really shouldn't. Talking to Pharaoh's blood. I don't know why I'm saying, because there's R's everywhere. Wait. Pharaoh's blood pressure. Because I was deadass gonna say blood pleasure, and that didn't sound right. Pharaoh's blood pressure increases mostly when you don't take care of yourself and let most of the lights burn out, doors locked. I mean, to be fair, I'm starting to get used to opening the door with the key. I swear, everything second language debuff. You're right. Maybe he is a vampire. Is Pharaoh on copium? He keeps telling me that it's fine that his sleep schedule is, ass. And I'm like, that must not be good for you. And then, and Pharaoh was like, I'm with Pharaoh there. I'd show up, fix the lights, doors, and leave. To be fair, Michi already wrote. Yeah, no, that's right. I'm just the second problem. You hear that? Second, not first. Second. Sometimes what's left of my pride is being only the second problem, not the first. You know what I mean? Is that a low bar? Maybe. There is pride if I look deep inside. Do you want to be worse? Are you telling me I can be worse? I'm eating this, but my brain is on churros. God dang it. I'm taking a bite, but I smell cinnamon sugar. But when I eat, it's chicken. I don't know why I'm even laughing. Sometimes I make a sound and then I get distracted by my own sound that I'm like, oh, that sound was interesting. Right? And then I'm like, oh, what other sounds can I make? And then I realize I forgot I'm not alone and I'm on stream. Ow. Am I a crazy person? People make sounds when they're alone, right, chat? That doesn't make me crazy. Right, chat? Right, chat? Right, chat? Right, chat? It depends on if you answer back. What does one do when one is alone? What does one do, chat? Oh. Enak. Yummy food. Oh. Waiting for my Oshi to go live. Spoken like a true. What's the fan? If Oshi is an Oshi, what is the noun for the person who has an Oshi? You understand me, right? Fan? Fan? Fan. Fans. Oshimen? Is that real? As in men men? Or like men as in ramen? My brain was like, what kind of noodle dish is that? I've never heard of that. But you understand me? Right, chat? What are you saying? You understand? No, deep down you understand me. You must understand me. Ow. You know, they say thinking has like a pattern. Right? Right? Is that what it's called? Way of thinking? Way of mind? Chat, do you think that I have a different way of thinking? Is my brain easily understood? Am I crazy? I'm not. You think? Is that an actual question? Is it like a you think? Or is it more like you think? Like which one? You know what I mean? Which one? Oh man. Rather. Sometimes I acquire thought. Sometimes thought flies away. But whimsy is eternal. Exactly. You understand me? Exactly. I finished one piece of chicken and most of the rice. And I'm going back to churros very soon. But I'm getting full. This is the curse of a tiny tummy, chat. But then I'll be hungry in like an hour. Does that make me a glutton? Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. You know how to stop. It's mostly because if I get a food coma, I swear I'm just gonna sleep. I'll lay here and I'll be like snoring sounds. Glutton. That's what a food coma is. You're so right. You get a coma when you have food coma. No, you're right. Just some churros, it won't hurt. My tummy size isn't that big. But I have willpower. That's what I have. I just smacked the mic with the plastic. Okay. Question. Is it's not metabolism? Is metabolism the same with digestion? Hydrate, you're right. Is metabolism the same as digestion? Oh yeah, I finally remember, chat. Metabolism determines how fast you digest. Metabolism is your ability blah blah. English. Metabolism is your ability. Do I sound like a child? To break down what you've consumed. Digestion is affected by metabolism. Cause like I was so shocked and I don't want to talk about like this specifically. I'm not trying to talk about Michi's poop, but like when she said that she usually poops like once every 2 weeks, I was like shocked. You know what I mean? I was like, how are you alive? but then, like, if you think about how much food she like, we're all were okay. So that's not normal, right? That's like, you know what I mean? Like, what if I'm the crazy one? I get it, cause like probably she doesn't consume enough, right? To like, there's not much in there to digest. Going straight to poop. I'm talking about digestion. Unfortunately, poop is the byproduct. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to talk about the thing, but the thing is a byproduct of the topic, you know? I'm gonna shut up and eat my churro now. Oh. He somehow absorbs everything. Okay, no, like, think about it. Like, if there's so little of a thing to absorb, I don't think her body can like risk not digesting or absorbing everything. You know what I mean? Look at the color. Well. Now I can't unhear it or unsee it. Am I still gonna eat it anyway? Yes. Because I like the food. It's okay. Dipping it in dark chocolate and salted caramel are also don't help because, you know, the colors are all brown, aren't they? Michi's a houseplant. Does she even get sun? Does she even get sun, chat? Why are churros so good? Holy crap. You know, Michi doesn't go outside. Yeah, true. Why is it so good? Am I just churro deprived? If you think about it. Have I just been churro deprived all this time? I'm glad you found decent churros. Bro. I googled it and they opened like recently. So actually this is like, what's that called? Serendipity magic. You know what I mean? What if I craved it before they opened, then I would never eat it. Ooh. Serotonin. Serotonin. Serendipity. Serenade. Why am I saying all the words that start with Sarah? Serotonin, you're so right. I found this and thought you might like it. Ooh. Can I? Oh my god! What if they exist on Shopee? Chat, NFS sent me a thing. Do you think it's sold on Shopee? Wait, can I take a screenshot? Why a screenshot instead of screen share? Because my fingers are shrewd. And screenshotting is easier. Look for it. And then I can use it and then torment Miu. It's so hard to try to screenshot with like one finger. Please appear there. I don't even need to resize it. Surely. Ow. What would be the keyword? Licking shoes? My phone is outside. Gosh dang it. Also, wash your hands after this. You're so right. Oh. Oh my god, dude. It's so good. After the pants, now this. Can I just say, I think my purchases on Shopee are so wildly different from the girlies' purchases. Like Reichi and Michi would get like cute outfits. Actually, so does Ollie. Am I the problem? You're a great streamer. No. Is that paid chatter? You know what? I think my Shopee purchases aren't that bad if you think about it. Right? Cause like Ray, remember the dress that Ollie got? And a different one that like that Michi got, and then the one that like Reichi got. They're all so cute. And I'm just there with my elephant pants. No, the pants were great. Actually, no, to be fair, Rin bought those for me. So like actually what dog magnet? It's literally okay. First of all, I was testing Throne because it was empty, and Ray told me I should try putting something on there. I was trying to see how it works. How was I supposed to know? Dog magnet is a magnet of a dog. You know what I mean? I've thrown notifications turned on for situations where elephant pants come into play. Okay, to be fair, I searched on Shopee cute pants. Okay. I just searched cute pants. Do you know what cute is in Indonesian? Cute is lucu. But you know what is also funny in Indonesian? Lucu. So I think they gave me funny pants instead of cute pants. Very important situation. Yeah. Freaky Gengar sandals coming to Heartthrown soon. If they're there. Okay, wait. Thank you for the gifted sub. Miss Funny Pants. You know, they're always next to me. And Miu likes honking sounds. So if I wear that and honk all over my place, you think she'll follow me? Okay. Also, I'm out of pants, actually. All my other pants are filled with fur. Because of Miu. And these pants are also filled with fur, but they're the last one I have, so I have no choice. I've been wearing them for 4 days. Because the laundry isn't done. I don't want to talk about it, but I tried, okay? I don't want to talk about it. Like, to be fair, they smell wonderful and I'm nice and I'm not stinky. I don't want to talk about it. Just clean it. I sent all my other pants to the laundry place. I swear. Yeah, I am actually wearing my purple shorts right now. That's all I have left. I'm sorry that's your first time chat and that's what you decided to chat upon. I'm so sorry. No, I swear I'm not stinky. You can smell my butt. No, literally, my pants smell amazing. I don't know what you're... You just pulled out a first time chatter. What? Cause I said my pants aren't stinky. What? What did I do now? I a very dog thing to say. It is indeed a Monday. What would be the... You can still salvage it. No, you're right. No, you're right. It's okay. To answer your earlier question, in Indonesia, having your laundry done is quite cheap, I would say. Probably. Because we have like... I have laundromats who'll do it for you. At like... What's the price? Cheapest would be 30 cents per kilo of laundry. Yeah. That's the cheapest one I found. But like maybe standard would be like 50 to 60 cents per kilo. So they'll pick it up, they'll wash it for you, they'll dry it, and then they'll iron it. Yeah. And then do it in like a week. Yeah. Like some places in like 2 to 3 days usually. Depends on like how crowded it is. If you want to get like priority, you can even get it in a day. Yeah, they iron it. Yeah, 2 to 3 days is like standard for like 50 to 60 cents per kilo. Like, you could do it yourself. But like, why would you? But when it's hot in the longest part is washing. True. But I think for laundromats, I think they usually just use a dryer. I still prefer to have a machine and have the clothes done the same. Yeah, true. To be fair, there's like a coin laundry nearby. So technically, I can just do it myself if I really wanted to. Do I have willpower? Most ones in India just hang dry their stuff. Ah. A mini one for emergency wash is true. If I could have someone else do it, I would, but it's not really an option. Yeah, like I said, it's like an Indonesia type of thing. Laundry is like really cheap here to do. And a lot of people want to have like a laundromat as a business. So there's always new ones popping up. You just have to be careful not to get crappy ones. You know what I mean? Because if you get a crappy one, then maybe they'll lose your clothes or like... What do you call it? Ruin your clothes? To be careful. So if you have expensive clothes, right? Probably don't do the like bulk washing. You can get it like single wash, which is still like guarantee not to lose it and blah blah blah, you know. Is it still profitable at that price? I guess surprisingly yes, because like I said, there's so many of these businesses going around. Amazingly, they're still profiting. Minus only 8,000. Yeah, 8,000 would be 46 cents. Has nothing to do with le. Ah. Water is cheap because they probably use. Not recommended, but that's what people do, I guess. Like, you know, people digging their own wells and things, which is probably not helping. Not helping the fact that, you know, the sea level, water levels are rising and all that stuff. But hey, some places can't really be reached by the water utilities too. People do what they do. Oh, I have to go wash my hand now, don't I? Requires getting up, uncrossing my crossed legs. I have to open the door using the key again, which I'm getting used to. Which is probably not good. I'm would the key break off if I keep doing that? Thoughts? Is that a distinct possibility? Vitamins! I also forgot them. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands and grab the vitamins. Don't get used to it. Fix it. Don't forget your phone. My phone! Life is difficult. My vitamin D, vitamin C, all the vitamins. Doesn't that just sound like Indonesian though? Vitamin. That's how you would say it in Indonesian. Vitamin, vitamin, vitamin. Be right back with my vitamin. I'm back. I dropped my vitamin twice on the floor. Oh man. Hi chat, I'm back. I was trying to be big brain and was like, instead of carrying the containers, I'll just like carry the things, you know what I mean? The tablets. You know, to save the hassle. I dropped it. And then I picked it up, tried to consume it because I'm like, okay, what if I just like, you know, take it here? Dropped it again. It fell under the fridge. It fell under the fridge. And then I had to find something to try to like smack it out. Anyway, it's a whole journey, I tell you. I've staying alive and healthy is a struggle, my friends. Is a struggle. But I found my phone. Exactly, it is a whole adventure. For you, maybe. Are you telling me I'm having more difficulty surviving than the average person? Question mark. Are we all not struggling the same struggle? Are you telling me? I got it out, but there were things on it, so I just got a new one. Cause what if the vitamin I take just kills me, right? I've definitely dropped a pill and had to find it. Now you understand. It was a very slippery tablet thing. Who made them so slippery anyway? They're shaped like a football. It also didn't help that I grabbed it with my nail the second time. But it is what it is. I should cut my nails. Ah, I'm stuffed, chat. I'm stuffed. Please don't consume floor-flavored vitamin. Who do you think I am? Do you think I would do such a I would. No, I get you, I would. It depends. It depends on the level of contamination. Right? Cause like it would be a waste, no? Should have used chopsticks. Are you telling me that's how you all consume your vitamins on a daily basis? Is using chopsticks? There ain't no way. There ain't no way. Chat, this is late. Did the song ever play? The let's call the whole thing off? Am I dumb? Did it play and I didn't realize? Did I notice 4 hours later? I clicked and press play next. Rather. Is this how my brain works in real time? Yeah. Has it been 4 hours? No, it wasn't 4 hours since I was supposed to do it. Your brain works. I'll have you know, actually, I've had it checked. I'm kidding. I should get a checkup. Is it a concern that I've never had a medical checkup ever? I'm afraid of what they'll find. What if they find brain worms? What? What? You what? I've never had a checkup ever. Are you telling me all of you just like, okay, no, you're right, you're right. We'll save that for next time, chat. On a day I did not solemnly swear an oath. Don't let this get chaotic in the last hour. No, you're right. No, I didn't think that was a chaotic question. Because, like, look at Zane. Zane said they haven't had any either, you know? But, like, you're right. You know what we should do? Just listen to the song, chat. I'll even put it louder. Let's save this for when Pharaoh's here. I'll forget. My yearly checkup. My company provides free checkup, but it's kind of limited. At least you get free checkups, huh? Oh, that's far. It's such a cute song. Oh. I don't hear the difference between the first vanilla and the second vanilla. It's such a cute song. Don't you have VPGs? Like, probably. Don't we all? Don't we all question mark? What's Ersters? Then use it lah. You get checkups with VPGs? It's free, so you can get checkups with VPGs. No, it's okay. NFS, remember, I solemnly swear no chaos today. We'll write that down. Does that mean I can also get my eye checked up with VPGs? Thoughts? Whole thing on. Right. Potato. Call the whole thing off. Sorry, I look at my notes and all that I see is like trying tacos. Where's my to-do list? Does Kanna know that solemnly swear was sarcastic? They were. My last notes. Let me see. Get food. Oh! I think this was from ages ago. Chat, I accidentally scrolled. I was few pages behind, right? And I don't remember the context. But like all that I wrote down is like 1, get food. 2, get bigger trash can. And then on the next page, I need to potty train Mew. Right? And then there's a schedule for Tuesday. Where am I? What was I gonna write? To do. Okay. Oh, this one is from today. Outlet cover. What was I supposed to write down? BPJS. Free. Checkup. This reaction does not answer my question, not even a little bit. What do you think, sir? Cover over top lamp cover? But what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, someone texted me. I wonder what I was smelling. Is it chicken rice? Check if it's active or not. Oh. Check activity. Cover hole in your ceiling. But then where will the lamp go? Are you smelling your DMs? Maybe. We all do that sometimes, right? Oh my god! NFS, you found the link! I can buy the slippers! Oh my god, chat! No, that's a churro. I have too many images. NFS found me the link to these. Guess what I'm gonna get? Is it practical? Maybe. It says Demon Design. Demon Design. Warm, soft-soled, 4 couples. How is it 4 couples? You get 1 on each foot. Do you just wear 1? Like if you have a couple, do you just wear 1 on 1 foot and then you just... Then what about your other foot? For a couple of feet, but they write it... But it says closed toe. Why does it say closed toe? Isn't it literally open toe? Are you ever buying a shirt? How is it? It's not open toe, but you can see the toes ish in the sock. Question mark? Isn't that technically open toe? Is that not open toe? What is the definition of open toe if that's not it? Question mark? If your toes aren't visible outside of the slipper, then it isn't open. I'm opening the link. It's so funny. This is it, chat. We found it. Wait, let me save it. I mean, close enough. Holy shit, that's expensive. Never mind. You can get it with the socks. Wait, chat, you need to see it with the socks. You can get the socks included. No, wait. No. Wait. How did they get the sock to just be there without feet? It's so... What the heck? The magic. Oh, brother. Someone bought it and gave it 5 stars. Someone purchased this and gave this 5 stars. And I swear to you that one person wasn't me. I swear to you that one person is not me. I just need to clarify, unless you get funny ideas that I'm the person, the single person who bought this. I mean... Is this 100% not worth it without the... You get a 40% discount? Why isn't it appearing on my end? Oh. That is the discounted price. Are you telling me this is worth this price? Even after the discount? This is more expensive than the desk I had. Right, do you remember the desk I was using above my PC? The slippers are more expensive than that desk. That sounds like a lot, but it's like 300k. What is this in USD? Oh wait, let me check. Okay, what is 360,000 IDR to USD. $20. Okay, that doesn't sound like a lot, but you get what I mean. You mean my desk was cheaper than $20? But it was like cost effective, you know? In Tokyo. Oh, brother. They're charging extra super price or something on Shopee. Like this fever, love struck girl, Job you've done on me, sir. You've been hosting parties. On my nose. I've taken my glasses off. I'm blind now. But I love a girl. I don't know the lyrics. G. Links down. Pendant ladies and me nowhere to be found. Wait, stretchies. I got a text. I forgot that today's gym day. It's like I have half an hour. Teaser. Yeah. On me, sir. A posture check, you're right. It's so hard. Okay, first of all, is it because the pedestal is like barely on my feet? I keep forgetting to put my feet down. I pray for you after eating that much and working out. Am I gonna die? Is that how people get? What's that thing with the little appendicitis? Is that how you get appendicitis? If you eat a lot and then you work out, will you die? Reckless fever, love struck girl, I teaser. That's a whole different thing. Is it not? I remember being a kid and someone told me like, if you eat and then you run, you're gonna get appendicitis or something. Did they lie to me? Did they just not want me running? It can happen randomly. Aw. 15 stream watch streak. Hello. Beep 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 beep. Ah. I know I ate a while ago. But now I'm full. The food, the I'm full signal has finally reached my brain. I'm so full. I might actually die. Oh, you'll feel. What if I stand up? It's called sud. Sud. You're gonna need to help me out here because all I can see is nasi uduk. Suduk kan? Suduk. Shudukan? Shuduk and Shuduk. It's Japanese. I only know very few words in Japanese. Not very good ones, I heard. Who knew people would teach you, not the good words? I'm gonna sand to digest. Only the curses. No, cursing in Japanese hits different. Mostly because why not? The essentials. Stretching time, chat. When they tell you to stand after eating, does it mean you just stay standing until you fully digest? I'm sleepy, oh no. Digest faster, buddy. Eh. But are you working out today? I'm not sure yet. You know what I feel like I skip most of the time that I probably should do? I always skip cardio. Should I just cardio? It's not as fun as strength training though. Oh, I think I get so bored. Do I just... When you do cardio, how do you beat the boredom of just being there and running on the treadmill? You don't do... I do like a few minutes at the start. But I heard like it's better to like do like cardio afterwards as well. You know what I mean? And I hear Michi speaking Indo. Sometimes it's a whiplash. Sometimes I hear her speaking Indo and I'm like, you sound funny. Like, you sound like, why are you speaking Indonesian, not English? Something's wrong. Anna's gonna be able to lift a fridge, but she doesn't have any endurance. Do mountain climbers count as... You can see me wiggling. I'm trying not to fall asleep from the food coma. Do mountain climbers count as cardio? Question mark? Watch a video. Listen to music. I keep forgetting my AirPods. Watch a video. My phone is usually dead. like you would watch a video, but like what if my phone is dead and I'm just looking into nothing, making eye contact with the person next to me awkwardly? Depending on how penining what? What does that even mean? What is that word? Got struggle with typing. Actually, are you okay? Do you need insurance? Do you need a checkup? Mountain climbing itself. Yeah, but like not mountain climbing. But you know when you get down, like when you hold yourself in low-key like a plank position. And then you like run in place. You know what I mean? Like those kind of mountain climbers. You know what I mean? I was typing without looking. Oh man, and here I thought, wow, English is such an interesting language. Did I get scammed? Oh, stretch left hand, right hand. Spinny. Ugh. I've been feeling stiff these days. Does that mean I'm not working out enough? Or does that mean I'm working out too much? Floor climbers. Yeah, no, you're right. Is that what they're called? Aren't they called mountain climbers? 5 minutes? Like if it's just like 1 to 2 minutes, it's like chill. Know what I mean? I've never tried to do 5 minutes. Old dogs, new tricks. I am a young adult. Mature and all, you know what I mean? Starting to feel the pain of age. It comes for all of us. You're right. You're right. That's what bonds us all together, right, chat? It's the fact that age will come for us regardless of who we are or something like that. Wow. You know when I have a food coma, I'm even more brain empty. Is that good? No. Why am I up there? Because brain empty down here. Close enough. I don't know what you mean. You're actually doing your cardio? Question, if I walk in place right now. I'm doing it. If I walk in place right now, does that mean I'm doing cardio? Actually. I'm bored already. Oh, I'm doing it again. Why am I doing it? I'm going to the gym. In the bed. Is okay, walking is still cardio even if you're not like panting and running, question mark? You could get one of those step machines for under the desk. Which one is that? Is that the one that looks like a bicycle thing? Warming up. I still feel so full though. I still feel so full. That's not what song I thought would come next. That's me. I'm like, I'm so full. Even if you do moonwalk, that's cardio. Is cardio if your cardio is beating faster? You know what I should do? Wear my heartbeat tracker thing that I forgot to charge. Probably. I don't know where it is. I'm so full, but I'm so thirsty. Bum, 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 bum. If your ass is moving, it's cardio. But what if I just sit and then I shake my butt? Does that count? Wait, why does it move and I shake my butt? Sorry, I'm low-key amused. Shake, 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 shake. I swear I'm not trying to move my head or something. You know what I mean? Feeling good. Bop, 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 bop. My hands smell like cinnamon. I searched, and your target heart rate for cardio is typically... How do you know your maximum heart rate? You just look at how... at like the highest ever? Does playing horror game count as a cardio? I would like to say hydration. Yes. Is that why people like playing horror games? Question mark? Cinnamon smell, yeah. The cinnamon smell from the churros are so strong. My nose. Ba-da-da. Ba-ba-bum. Da-da-da. I don't know where Yamu is. Yamu, you're on holiday. Are you? If you are, tell me if the audio lag is gone. I don't remember. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. I don't know why I'm so amused. Audio lag seems fine. It does. I don't know what happened last time then. I don't know what horror games are. I refuse. Never. Poor Yamu, I know, right? He's not even here. Future Yamu, wherever you are, if you are sleeping, I hope you hear me in your dreams. And on dark side, it's fine. Ma 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 mom. Ma mom. Ma mom. Ma mom. Ma mom. Ma ma mom. Wanna see Kanna and the girlies play? I'm pretty sure you mean DND? Because like DBD is like dengue fever in Indonesian. Me, 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 boop, boop, boop. I remember they did want to play D&D. They mean Dead by Daylight. Oh, really? What is Dead by Daylight? Dude, I don't even... It's scary, isn't it? It's horror, isn't it? It's totally horror, isn't it? See, yeah, no, I read it as D&D and I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with D&D. No, it's D&D chat. It's more thriller. I'm being on copium. Just let it slide. Horror thing D&D. That's worse, isn't it? I'm gonna sit down. Why? Because I have very few minutes until I actually have to go work out, and then I'll actually have to do cardio and like, meep beep beep beep. Dumb and dumber too. Me. Moving butt. Can I move it while I'm sitting down? I can. Let's not talk about it. Go exercise. It's good for you. I'm putting my hands. I'm supporting my face and my hands because I have my elbows on the table. Why am I describing it? In case you're wondering if I sound different. Does it sound different? I don't know. Downside of streaming on gym day. Can't even put off ending. I never put off ending stream, probably. Do you think I tend to do that? Can you touch your toes? Is the question, can I touch my toes, period? Or can I touch my toes without bending my knees? You know what I mean? There's a reason I've mentioned the slippery slope. I maintain my stance that really it's your fault. If you weren't so nice to hang out with, chat, would I be in this predicament? Nah. And I even got the word probably right. Yeah. She used big words. Oh, what about this one? Ooh. Oh no, I don't know how to read this. Did you bonk me? Oh, it's in another language that I cannot read. I can read it, but it will not sound correct. Yes? Such a good song. If you knock out my last brain cell, what do you think will happen, chat? Nothing much. Last second, yeah. No, I swear. I'm holding on. I'm counting down the minutes so that I can make it. What if I just shut up for the rest of the stream? Then I'll make it. You know what I mean? Like if I just shut up. Watch out, chat. Here's the rest of the stream. But it's also a boring way to win. So you believe I can shut up. It's okay. I can dream. I can dream. Oh, blah blah something I can't read. No, you start the food comments getting to me. Michi would do it out of spite. You know what happened? Like, I would go to the gym, and after working out, obviously, then get food, right? And then I'll go back to food coma. And then it's just the never-ending cycle of being in a food coma and not. Gym, food coma, gym, food coma, hobble home, sleep, wake up, food coma. It is the cycle of life. Right? Because, like, in Indonesian, we would say, like, when you're hungry, you can't think. But when you're full, you're stupid because you have food coma. So when am I ever smart, right? Lapar nga bisa mikir. Kanyang bego. So, kapan ako pintar niya? It's the question that haunts me, chat. Maybe never. Oh yeah, actually, I have made up my mind that this week I want to play a game. What game? That's a good question. I'm pondering between playing the game that's been open forever, right? Versus something else. There was a game that I wanted to try. It looks kind of fun. Do you mean play a game where I have it open in the background and just yap? No, I swear. Oh. Ray has continuously tried to drag people into that, but you know, wilds. Ha 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 ha. Cause my PC can play that. Ha 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 ha. Minecraft's not done. Cause when I play Minecraft, I end up yapping anyway. Thoughts? Was that open on taskbar then? You think a game is open, but it's not. I just have Shopee open on my taskbar. I was looking at the freaking slippers. Man. Okay. Yeah. I have two games in mind. One is the one that's been open since last week. Cause like, if I don't, when else? Right? Chat after you... No, I swear, when you find out what game it is, you're gonna be like... Of all things, yes. But I think no one will ever guess the game. You know what I mean? I think I've played it before on stream on YouTube. Maybe I don't remember. How about trees hate you? What the heck is that? Is that an actual game? I can lie. I wanna ask what is like your top games to play on stream. I'll let you know when I find out. Cause I always end up yapping. I'm the problem. You know what? You know what, Endless? That's what we're finding out. We're gonna find out what will be my top game to play on stream. This year is for her to find something she wants to play, but she keeps yapping or say, yeah. Am I the problem? Actually, am I the problem? Take that, chat. You're not the solution. I resent that. Wait, let me find a song that has more sass. What's a sassy song, chat? I don't know what's a sassy song. I'm gonna Google it. Sassy song. There's a playlist called Sassy Songs for Sassy Women. And it's literally just Dua Lipa. Okay, sure. Dua Lipa. Unholy, I hate you. I hate you. Here, sass. This is the first one that pops up, but like, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Sass. I wish I had a sassier face on my face. Ow. Not gonna lie, every time I hear the name Dua Lipa, I always remember Ray. Why? What does Ray have to do? Does Ray have new rules? Dia loop. I tell myself one. Dia loop. Bigo to anak. I'm I'm just gonna send her. You know what? I'm just gonna search for dial up on Jiffy and send her whatever pops up. There you go, Ray. Okay, right. No, Dark is right. I need to find more games so that I can show less chaos. Tier loops. You know, like what if I game and then it's preventing me from causing chaos, and thus my branding will return to what it once should be. You know what I mean? What the heck is that? Trees hate you. What branding? You know what? That's what we're figuring out this year too. When's your gym? Gym, we're supposed to meet at 4. So after this, I have to change, get ready, skedaddle. You know, I have to go physically there. I have to go, don't I? I have to go, don't I? What was it before? No, chat, before you heard me yap, what did you think I was? Wake up. Wait, do I even have clothes to go? You know what? I'm showing up in these shorts. I swear I'm just gonna go in these shorts. I don't know what to tell you. No, they smell wonderful. I swear. I've never stunk in my life. No, I swear. I'll find something. I'm not coping. I smell wonderful, actually. Are you telling me when you wear pants for 4 days, they stink? My pants smell wonderful. I don't know what you're on about. Is it your branding dog with cat software? Should I just turn into a cat at this point? Thoughts? How can you be worse than me? What do you mean? No, I smell wonderful. My nose is itchy. My nose is blocked by Miu's fur. No. What is this song? What? What are they saying? Da 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 da. What? What? I'm looking at the lyrics. I don't get it. Where is it? Awa? Ba-na-ba-na-na-ba-ba-ba. No, I swear, the lyrics make no sense. Huh? Hypnotize or... Na-na-na. What? It makes no sense. Galya never miss. What does that mean? What is Sui set to it? What? Remember what I said about popular lyrics? Oh, let me see. Roll it, my girl. What does that mean? No, let me bone it. What is that? That's... Kanna, don't say things you don't understand. You can't tell me those are actual words that don't even make sense. Galya never miss. What does that even? Do not repeat. Oh. they actually have meaning. There are a bunch of innuendos. Innuendos. Inu? Get ready for Jimla. I'm on copium. I have to move. Have to go, don't I? But what if you gym for me, chat? What if you gym on my behalf? Doesn't that mean that technically I went to the gym? Thoughts? Have to go, don't I? What's the point of it? I need sleep. Aw, man. Aw, man. We're the ones who are living vicariously through you. Is that how it works? Alright, pants. I'm gonna go look for pants, chat. Apparently, some people, not me, some people apparently stink if they don't change their pants, but I swear to you, they smell freshly laundered except for all the dog fur on it. You know, just going to go to... We don't need to talk about it, chat. We don't need to talk about it. Is it this one? So I shower means you showered. I mean, if that's how you want to see the world, who am I to say no, you know? You're gonna come home with nothing to wear. No, you're right. What if I go in these pants and then I come home and I shower and I'm pantless? Like, I'm already usually pantless, but this time it's involuntary because I'll have no pants. Let me check on where the laundry is. There is the elephant ones. Wow, what if I just go to the gym with the elephant pants? I think it's better to be pantless than to put... No, I swear they don't stink. I swear. No, if I smell it. No, like, I swear. You're TMI just like Michi. I love it. That's not TMI. That's facts. My ass smells wonderful. You're gonna stink coming back. No, I'm not. I smell wonderful after the gym. Did someone just bonk me? Very TMI even. No, she's delusional. They don't stink to you because it's your own pheromones, maybe? Pheromones stink? The Kanna fact. No, I swear. I swear. What if I'll take my pants off and I'll smell it and I'll tell you how they smell. And I'll promise I'll be honest if they're stinky or not. But like, you're just... Okay, so what if I ask a kind stranger to give an objective... an objective judgment on the smell of the pants? You know what I mean? Like... I will not shove my pants in a stranger's face. I'm just kindly asking that I'm not stinky. I smell wonderful. Why are you asking Ray to stop me? She has no power here. And she's probably like in Pilates class or something. Hello? I swear. Fastest trigger to get... Yeah, you... At least... What if I do it outside of the gym? Right? So then at least I don't get blacklisted on the gym. No Pilates today. Ray, you've smelled me before. I don't stink, right, Ray? Ray, can you assure the peoples? Just tell the peoples that I don't stink. Just tell the peoples. Just tell the people. I don't, doesn't have to be my ass in particular. I didn't say my ass doesn't smell. I say just me in as a person. I don't smell. I don't know the ass though. Yeah, but I don't stink. I swear I don't stink. Ray, she's wearing 4 days worn pants. Okay, but I don't wear the pants 24/7, right? I just wear them when I'm not sleeping. Thoughts? No, like okay, I see what it is. You're just gonna disagree with me no matter the truth, but I know the truth. I know the truth. I am highly aware of my wonderful not stinkiness. So the whole day. Okay, here, you know what? I'll take them off and I'll smell them. I swear to God. They smell freshly laundered. Fuck you. No, they actually smell. They smell like the same smell. I swear. No, I swear, they smell like they just got laundry. I just don't smell. You took your pants off. They can't see it, right? No, it's not chaos. I literally, you can only see my head. My nose is not blocked. I have those thigh nose blocker, unblocker things. The thing that you sniff. It's not chaos. This is not chaos. This is me telling my truth. Oh, brother. I'm not used to my steak. Ray, if I go send these pants to you and mayhaps pay you, will you do me a favor? Can you give objective judgment as a friend? No, I want you to tell chat that it's not stinky. What the fuck? He says she's my bestie, chat. Do you have an air purifier? Get your... Okay, if I put my pants... Like, if I wave it above the air purifier and it doesn't turn red, right? You can end now and maybe get a... Fine, I'll raid someone even though I don't think this is chaotic, but like, you know. But like I swear. I swear. Man, you guys have trust issues. Do you not trust the nose of a dog? Chat. It's... See, after gym. I also still don't stink after gym. Hello? I just don't stink. I swear. I don't have stickiness. Aww. Dogs drink from the toilet. That is it. I will be a cat. I swear to you, next time I'll be a cat. In my next life, I'm gonna be a cat, and then you'll be like, cats are so clean and shit. Me would probably die. I will give her my pants and watch as she enjoys it. I swear, chat. What do you have against me? What do you have against the truth? I don't know who to rate. I don't know anyone. Ugh. Cats can be stinky. Your truth is a lie. Ye of such little faith. Do you take recommendations? Sure. Time to rate someone new and make new friends. How Kiri is good. Okay. Ray, see, exactly. Ray. Like, if I just... What if I go send it to you? You don't have to laundry it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to laundry it. Like, you just need to tell chat that I'm telling the truth. I could laundry it, send it back tonight. Just these one pants. So what will I wear to the gym? This is a very delicate situation. This is an absolute delicate situation. I should wash you then. I showered into the laundry. You mean you're gonna pop me into the laundry machine? I'm gonna die. Okay. Wow. Friendship. My bestie wants to put me... She wants to waterboard me, remember? She wants to waterboard me. Don't say stinky VTuber Red. I swear. Thank you for... I'm gonna ignore you. Thank you for dropping by and accompanying me and spending some time with me tonight, today, whatever time you're in. I'll see you guys later in the week. Thursday? I should make a schedule. Someone remind me. Write that down. We'll play a game probably if I remember not to yap. Remind me not to yap. Thank you so much. And we reached a milestone today. We reached like 1,000 freaking subs. That's crazy. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Arigato. Arigato. I remind you not to yap, but will you listen? We will see on the day. Will we not? And just so we're clear, I have completed today's oath. Successfully. Easily, might I add. 5 seconds. Bye-bye, chat. Bye-bye. 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 See you later. Bye-bye. I'm still here. I forgot how to... Aha! Wait, I forgot to end stream. Mods are still here, right? No, they're not. They're gone. Okay. No one is here. Oh, I'm getting distracted. Beep, 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 beep. Boop, 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 boop. Why are you still here? No! Why are you still actually? Why are you? You're so dumb. A little privacy in my own ending screen. Hello? Bro. Okay. Oh, holy crap. It's almost 3:20. I'm kind of late. I still need to find pants. Bye, chat. I was never here. You didn't see me. Baby. My pants. Bye-bye. I think. Bye.